the Lamb of God could be somebody else then?
No, the
Well,
Son
hold
of
up.
Man.
Just slow down, slow down.
Not
David,
really.
1 second.
Yeah.
So, David, you're saying that the Old Testament says the Lamb of God or Son of God or what? Well, it doesn't say the Son of God. It absolutely does not say the Son
It
of God, does it?
says Jesus.
Oh,
It
it says
says the
Jesus.
Son of Man, the Lamb of God. Yeah.
Okay. But it doesn't say that
Something
that's
to that
Jesus?
effect.
Could it be that
Well,
the
it
Son of Man, the
obviously
Lamb of God, could be someone else?
it speaks in detail about his birth and who he is and what he is.
Sweet.
On top
Could
of
that
that,
be anybody else?
no, not at
Oh,
all.
okay.
It's very
So
specific.
how did you determine that Jesus actually walked this earth to fulfill those prophecies?
Well, basically, because of the fact of the matter is that there's more proof that Jesus lived a perfect life than there was that
What?
Julius Caesar was ever around.
No, that
But
doesn't make sense.
more so,
How did you
yeah.
determine?
No,
How did you determine that?
I came to the determination after years and years of studying
After years and years
that
of studying, you found that
yes,
there is more evidence for Jesus than there is Julius Caesar.
there's more evidence he lived a perfect life without sin. There's more life that he lived a life without sin than there is of Julius Caesar.
Okay,
There's more. The more you
so
look into it, the
what
more you
kind of
see,
evidence
and the more
did
you
you
realize.
use to determine that he lived a perfect life? What evidence did you use for that?
How about the fact that Rome, the Romans,
Hmm.
they gave accounts. There's different accounts from all over the
They said
Bible
he
and all over
lived a
the world.
perfect life.
No, that say he was alive.
No,
Period.
you said there was more evidence that he lived a
Yeah,
perfect
there's more
life. I want
proof
you to
that
give
he
me
lived a perfect
evidence that he
life.
lived a perfect life.
Well, there's no proof that he didn't. There's
What?
everything he
Okay, is
said.
there any
Everything he said
proof? Is there
speaks of
anybody who says that Jesus was not a velociraptor?
what? Come
Is
on,
there
man.
any?
Let's be
No,
serious.
I want you to answer this question. Is there anyone who says Jesus was not a velociraptor?
I hope not, because
Okay.
then
Well,
he'd be
yeah,
shot.
yeah. So no one
You're stating
else.
the obvious,
So if
dude.
no one says he's not a velociraptor, using your logic, he could have been a perfect velociraptor,
No,
right?
that's not my logic.
Okay.
How
Well,
do you
I just
figure?
asked you for evidence that he actually lived a perfect life, and you
What
said
evidence do
no
you
one says
want?
he
What evidence do you
didn't.
want? Do you want me to pull out the sheet? Have you seen the AI? They studied the Bible, okay? And the Bible has so much. There's more Bible codes and more anything than could ever. Even
Okay.
AI
No, I
says you can
want
never.
something that shows that he did actually live a perfect life, because you said there's more evidence for that than there is for Julius
Yes,
Caesar.
there
And
is.
for Julius Caesar, we actually have like actual archaeological evidence of him.
You have archaeological evidence of Jesus too,
Okay, what? Okay, really
right
fast. What
alongside
is
it.
your
His
sweet?
Pontius
So
Pilate.
what is the evidence that he lived a perfect life?
I would say the evidence is just the same archaeological shit you're talking about. Is
That doesn't make any
the same.
sense.
The
We have
Bible is
a
our best. The Bible
coin
is the
of
best
Jesus.
archaeological. Let me say something. The
No,
Bible
no,
is the
wait,
most
no,
accurate.
no.
It never been
Okay,
proven wrong.
you have now been muted. I have asked you time and time again for evidence that he lived a perfect life. You said there's more evidence for that than there is for Julius Caesar. And we know Julius Caesar existed because of multiple things like coins, busts, and statues, which all carbon date to the time period of his life, literally have inscriptions of dates during his life, and all show the same fucking person. That's how we know exactly what he looked like. So you must have amazing evidence that he lived a perfect life. So please provide the evidence for that. Go ahead. Unmute. Give me the evidence that he lived a perfect life. Go ahead. I sent you an invite to unmute. You got to click the little microphone button. Look. Oh, did you find it? Come on, David. I sent you an invite to unmute. You can also just click the little microphone button. Looks like Jesus lived a perfect life so that you can fiddle around on
Okay.
your phone. There you go. All right. So
Okay,
what is the
so
evidence that he lived a perfect life? Go ahead.
well, are you familiar with the Old Testament at all,
That's not going
or
to
the
be
New
evidence that
Testament?
he lived a perfect life.
Do you realize half the curriculum they teach in any ways
Sweet.
is not even accurate of any history?
Please give me evidence that he lived a perfect life. Please give me the evidence.
That's kind of hard to do.
You just said there's more evidence for that than there is for Julius Caesar, and I explained very
And there is.
easily how we
You
know
can't
Julius
say the
Caesar
way
existed. So please
you
give me the
don't know.
evidence
Yeah,
that he lived a perfect life.
because you say that's true. I mean, where's your documents?
Sweet.
What are you referencing?
All right.
We
Well,
gotta
I
look at
still
yours.
said
What are you
something.
referencing? I'm
Give me.
referencing the Bible.
I still.
What are your documents, bro?
I still said something. What do you
documents are you
have?
referencing?
What do you have?
What do you have, dude? What do you
I
have?
already mentioned it. What do you
You're
have?
referencing nothing. I have the Bible
Okay.
and
And
many other books by
does the
the book of
gospel say that
fucking.
he lived a perfect life?
Yes, it does.
Where does the
Come
gospel
on
say
now.
that he lived a perfect life?
Have you ever heard of Enoch?
Where does the gospel say that he lived a perfect life?
It says it all over the place, man. That's the
Where?
whole point.
Where?
It
Give me
says he
the
didn't
verse.
sin. It didn't say he lived a perfect life. It says he did not sin. Okay. It didn't
Where
say he
does
lived
it
a perfect
say
life.
that he
It said
didn't
he did
sin?
not sin.
Where does it say
All
he
over
did
the
not
place.
sin in the gospel?
You want me to pull up scripture for you?
Yes. What
It speaks of
gospel
him
verse
not
says that he
sinning.
did not sin?
It says of him doing a lot of things.
Where does
But
it
one
say it
thing
in the
he did not
gospel?
do, it never said he did one thing wrong.
Where
It
does it
says
say it
I
in the
can't tell you the
gospel?
exact script. I'll find it. I can definitely
Please
read it.
do. Go
Can
ahead.
you tell me where your what historical records you're using to find what you're
Awesome.
talking about?
You made a claim. Back it up, buddy.
Can you do that? I'll back
We're
mine up.
still okay. Go ahead.
Give me 10 minutes. Now, where's
You
your
need
claim?
10 minutes to find something that is more obvious
got
than
you,
the life
host.
of Julius
It's in the
Caesar.
Bible. It's a lot.
I asked
I'm
you
not,
in the
I'm not
gospel.
a scholar, bro. I just saw what you put up here, and it's just
Barely a
ridiculous.
reader,
So
it sounds like. But that being said, do you have a verse from the gospel that said he lived a
I can
sinless
find
life?
one.
Go ahead.
I can find one soon.
Go ahead.
Give me 5 minutes.
Oh, now you need 5 minutes. Sounds good. Can
What
we
do you
whittle
want
it
me to
down
do?
to
I'm not
like
a
10
machine,
seconds?
bro. Check it out.
All right.
I'm not a machine, so obviously you're afraid of the answer, so you don't want to
I'm
give me
asking
5
you
minutes.
for the answer.
Okay, give me a few minutes.
Go get it.
All right.
No one's keeping you here, bitch. Just go.
Don't call me a bitch, motherfucker, just because you're getting proved wrong.
You haven't proven shit. Go get it.
You ain't proven shit either, bro.
I'm waiting on you to prove yours. You're the one who made a claim.
Every time I ask you a question, you just back onto my question.
That's because
on,
that's because you made a
on,
statement.
man.
I'm not asking. You didn't ask me a question.
What books are you referencing, dude? Are you
For
referencing
what?
this kindergarten shit? And
For
the
what?
School, the school curriculum?
For what?
For Julius Caesar.
For Julius Caesar?
They talk
I
about
didn't
all them
mention
in
a
the Bible,
book for
too.
Julius Caesar, did I?
No, you didn't, because you don't got
Okay,
one.
well there you go. What is your evidence
You
that
don't got
Jesus lived a
shit.
perfect
You're
life?
going off of your high school.
What is your
history class
evidence
or
that
what, bro?
Jesus lived a perfect life? You said
The
you did all
Bible,
this
dude.
research.
The
Go do it.
Bible.
Okay,
I
where?
will do it.
Where?
The Bible.
Where?
Give me a fucking second.
Oh, now we're
If I
down
do
to a
this and you
second.
prove-
Go
and
ahead.
this,
I'll
if
give you
If
30.
you do this, if I do this, now I want to hear you prove where you got your shit from.
Sounds good.
Okay?
Find the verse in the
You can do
gospel that says
If
he's
if I go
perfect.
with mine, can you do yours?
You got 20 seconds.
Yeah, you don't got nothing, bro.
Keep going.
I might not be able to prove that point right now, but
Exactly.
I
You
guarantee
got
I can
15
in 2 minutes,
seconds.
and that's fine. Check it out. How about I say you go fuck yourself and you're full of shit, bro?
Still waiting, buddy.
No, for real. You haven't proven shit your way. Okay, I'll
Down to
say
5.
I can't prove it right now. How about that? What are you gonna do? Prove your case. What, high school class? You got nothing. You got no references, nothing.
You know what,
no
David?
black
David,
and white.
the reason I say this is because there is one person. There's one person from the Bible who actually existed and said that Jesus did not live a perfect life. You want to know
Who's
who
that?
that person is?
Who?
And his name is
Who?
John C.
All right, Vinny, what we got here, Vinny?
Yeah, no, I got some verses to back his claim up.
Oh, okay. Now, what verse there in the gospel says that Jesus was sinless?
1 Peter 2:22.
Is that the gospel?
Yes, the
No.
New Testament.
No. What do you think gospel is? What do you think the gospels are?
Gospels. I mean, obviously, you're trying to say Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but I'm saying
Sweet.
in
And
general.
so, okay. So First
The
Peter is
OT
written by who?
NT,
First Peter, who's written by who?
Paul.
You think First Peter's written by Paul?
No, it was John. John.
You think First Peter's written by John?
Well, Peter. I'm gonna assume it's Peter, but it says that he lived a perfect
Hey, Vinny,
life.
Vinny, if you're wondering how this is going, it's going terrible. You're doing an awful job. Just to let you know.
Hey, man.
Okay.
Hey, man, I'm just trying
So,
to.
anyways,
trying to
First
help him.
Peter is not a gospel. First Peter is also not written by anybody who knew Jesus or anything like that. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay. How about you look up Isaiah?
Nah, because
11:1.
Isaiah doesn't have anything to do with Jesus.
That's the old.
do we?
It's the OTs, the Old Testament.
I'm well
This is a
aware as to where
prophecy, brother.
Isaiah is.
Yeah, it's a prophecy.
Cool.
It's talking about Jesus.
Does it say
It's
Jesus in
talking
there?
about Jesus.
Does it say Jesus?
Yeah, it says the Son of Man will be born of the Virgin Mary.
Do you think it says the name Mary in there?
Yes, it does.
Okay. What chapter is this, and what are you going to do whenever it says, whenever I show you that it doesn't say Mary? What are you going to do?
All right. What translation are you reading from?
You can give me the translation, and then we'll go to that chapter.
Yeah, let's do ESV chapter 11, verse 1 of Isaiah.
All right. I will show you exactly what I'm doing here. We're going to go to Isaiah. You said chapter 11? And we will
Yes.
go to ESV.
Verse 1.
ESV. We are looking
Verse
for the
1.
name Mary.
Be born of a virgin, Mary.
11 verse 1?
Sorry, I meant chapter 9.
All
Chapter
right.
9, verse 6.
Yeah, lots of times I mean 9:6. All right, where does it say Mary?
Verse 7, I believe.
Okay, this is the third verse. Where does it say Mary? Do you want me to scroll down? That's where verse 8 begins. That's like that 8 right there. That means it's verse 8. Right here, where it says 7. Here, let me zoom in here. Okay. That's a 4. That means it's verse 4. There's a 5 and a 6. That means it's verse... Right here.
All right, can you read?
Please listen. Please listen. This is a 7. Let me see.
Brother, read chapter.
One second.
Read verse 6.
Sometimes you'll see 7s and they have like a little.
Hey, I
like a
don't
little
need you
line
to
right here.
show me, bro.
Like
I just need
sometimes
you to
that's
read
a 7
it.
as well.
Read verse
I know
6,
that
brother.
kind of looks kind of like a backwards F or something, but it's a 7. And right here, this is verse 7 here of what you told me to look for, and it says, "Of the increase of his government and peace there will be no end on the throne of David and over his kingdom." 2, that's not the number 2. The number 2 would have a W in it. Establish it, and 2 again. It's another one. It's another one. It
read the
doesn't.
whole
It doesn't have a
thing?
W.
Are you gonna
Uphold it
nitpick?
with
Are you gonna keep
justice
nitpicking?
and with righteous. Oh, sorry.
Righteous.
Righteousness.
See? He's righteous,
Righteousness.
bro.
There we go. From this
He's a
time
righteous
forth
person.
and evermore, the zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this. And then, unfortunately, it stops the 7, and then it goes to. This is actually a number 8. All right. This
Bro,
is
you gotta
like.
stop being petty, bro.
But I'm not being petty. I'm explaining what this is.
No, I don't
This
need you
right
to show
here.
me.
This right
I need
here.
you to read it, bro.
This is the
Read
number 8.
verse
This
6
is
through 7.
this is the same number of the grade that you stopped paying attention in school in.
You don't want to.
And right over
I
here.
just showed you evidence, bro. And
Listen.
you're trying to
So where does
nitpick.
it say Mary? Where does it say
It
Mary?
doesn't. It's
You said
the
it said
line
Mary.
Of David.
You said
Listen,
that it said
the
Mary.
Messiah came from the line of David.
Where does it say
the
Virgin
OT
Mary
Testament
here?
is saying Jesus came from
Where
the
does
line
it
of
say
David.
Virgin Mary? You said it was in here. Where
Read
was
it. It says the righteous judge.
Is
Who
that
come from a righteous judge.
does that mean
the line
Virgin
of
Mary?
David.
Where does it say the Virgin Mary? You told me it was in here. You lied.
Bro, you keep. Oh my gosh, bro.
Did you say the
How
Virgin
can-
Mary was in here?
This is what this. You're
Did you
difficult
say
to
that?
talk to, bro.
Did you say that?
Read verse 6 through 7.
Did you say that? We can look at 6 if you want. 6 is
read
actually
it.
before 7. I don't know if your like
Yeah,
Gen Z
6,
ass
7,
would
6,
know
7,
that.
6, 7.
There we go. So we're
Get
going to
it?
read this. For to us a
And be
child
sure
is
to do the
born, to
sign,
us
too.
a
Do
child
6,
is
7.
given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Where's Mary in that? Where was Mary? Where did it say Mary?
What do you think the verse is talking about?
Where did it say Mary? You said it said Mary.
In some translations, it says he comes.
You told me
son
the
of man, born
translation
of
to
a
use.
virgin, of the Virgin Mary.
You
But
told
in
me
general,
to use
man,
this translation, and it didn't say what
in
you said it said.
general, In general,
No, you said
it's
it was in
talking
here,
about the
and then you
Christ.
gave me the
It's talking
translation.
about the Messiah from
You
his
told me.
line.
You told me. So, did you want to admit that you're wrong? It shows growth.
There's
It
a
shows
difference
maturity.
between making a mistake and being wrong.
Sweet.
There's a difference between making
So,
a
did
mistake
you say
and
that
being wrong, brother.
Mary was mentioned in here? Did you say that it said Mary in this translation? And then you doubled down and you
I
said
might
in
have
some
quoted a different
translations.
translation,
Oh, there's a different translation that says Mary?
but I'm saying in general.
Is there a different translation that
What
says
did,
Mary?
what did chapter 11:1 say? Maybe
Sweet.
it was chapter 11, verse 1.
No,
But anyways,
it wasn't.
their OT
We already saw it.
Testament
Did it say the
talking
name Mary?
about Jesus. It's
Did it say
talking
the name
about
Mary, buddy?
Jesus, bro.
Sweet. Did it say the name Mary?
Buddy, it's talking about Jesus,
Vinny,
man.
did it say the name Mary?
It doesn't have,
You said it
I
did.
quoted a translation. It doesn't have to be specific.
Okay, what
man. It's still
translation
the
did you
truth.
quote? What translation did you quote? I'll
I
pull it
probably-
up.
I probably quoted NIV
Okay.
or
Yeah, not a
something.
problem. We'll go to the NIV. Do 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 do. Cooking idiots who don't know how to read. All right. So we're going to go ahead and go through the NIV. We're going to go down to verse 6. And we're looking for the word Mary. For thus the child is born, to us the son is given, still no Mary. And the government will be
hold
upon
on.
his shoulders.
It's
and he will
chapter
be called
7,
one of
verse
the-
14, bro. It's
Okay.
chapter 7, verse 14.
So
That's
7:14
that's
says
the
Mary.
reference, bro.
7:14 says Mary. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
bro.
We're now on the 4th verse. All right. Here we go. 7:14.
Yes, read that.
All right. Therefore, they're going to give you a sign. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son and call him Emmanuel. Where does it say Mary?
Okay. ESV, bro. Is this
Where does
NIV?
it say Mary?
Is this NIV?
You told me to go to the NIV. Where does it say
Change it to-
Mary?
Change it. Change it
Where
to
does it
ESV.
say
Watch.
Mary?
Watch it. Watch
Where's
it.
it say
Change
Mary?
to ESV. No. Watch it.
Where does it
Change the
say Mary?
translation. Change it to ESV, bro.
Who is Emmanuel? Do you think that means Jesus?
Yes, it's another name for the Messiah.
Oh, when do they call him Emmanuel in the Gospels?
They literally called him Emmanuel when they visited the Mary, when the 3 wise men came to her.
They called him Emmanuel?
Yes, they asked him, is this Emmanuel? Is this who God gave us a sign about?
Cool. We are now in Isaiah 7:1 in the ESV.
7:14.
Sorry, my bad.
bro.
7:14. Keep your panties on. All right, here we go. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son. Where's Mary? Where's Mary? Now, this is looking really bad, man. You're now on what? Your 8th attempt?
Literally, it references Matthew 1, chapter 22, bro.
That wouldn't make any sense because Matthew wasn't actually written at this time.
Matthew wasn't written by Matthew.
Yeah, cool. So where's the term Mary? Where's the word Mary?
It's referencing
Where's the word Mary?
New Testament.
Where was
Jesus
it?
was born.
Where was it?
Did
it say Mary?
Mary called her son Emmanuel.
No, she didn't. She named him Jesus.
She named him Emmanuel in
No, she
Jewish.
didn't.
It's not. Jesus is the English translation, bro.
Nope, not at all. Let's see. They don't have any point where they call him Emmanuel. It just said
Chapter 1, verse 22 of Matthew.
That's not the
referencing
wise men.
Jesus, bro.
Okay.
It's literally referencing Jesus, bro.
Is that referencing Jesus or calling him Emmanuel?
Yeah. Emmanuel, Jesus, Yahshua, whatever. It's different names for the same person.
I don't think
The
that's how
Son
that works.
of Man.
I don't think you understand
That is
how
it
literally
works,
any
man.
translation
You should
works.
know this. You know translations are different. You know different areas are different for different names. You have the knowledge. You should have
What
known this.
language is Emmanuel in?
Emmanuel was probably Jewish or some other
It's not a
translation
language.
of Jesus.
It's not a language.
It was a translation, probably.
What language is Emmanuel? You should know
I mean,
this.
English. It's English, obviously, but like in Jewish terms, it means Yahshua. It means Yeshua HaMashiach. I'm showing you the truth, man. Old Testament references New Testament. Old Testament prophecies talk
Cool.
about the birth and resurrection of Emmanuel.
So in Matthew, does the angel tell them to name the baby Emmanuel or tell them to name it Jesus?
I mean,
What does it
Jesus
say?
is the English translation,
No, it's
but
not.
Emmanuel is another English translation.
No, it's not.
For,
If it was an
for
English
Yeshua
translation,
HaMashiach there.
if it was an English translation, it would be the same word because we're reading it in English.
Yeah, I know, because we're English. We speak English.
Okay, so Emmanuel would be his name then. If that was the translation in English, then that would be the name.
Another name for Jesus.
When do they
Another
ever
name
call him
for the
that?
Messiah.
When do they ever
The
call
Son
him
of
that?
Man.
When do they ever call him that?
In the Bible, bro.
What verse
In
do
the
they call?
Bible.
What verse does anybody go up to Jesus and say Emmanuel?
Have you read First? Did you already read 1 Peter 2:22?
He does not call him Emmanuel.
He's referencing the Christ. He's
Cool.
referencing Son
I
of
just
Man.
asked you a question. At what point Does anybody go up to Jesus and call him Emmanuel? Should be really easy.
Probably the three wise men, as I said before.
Nope. Three
In
wise
the
men
New
don't
Testament.
do that. Nope. I'm going to pull up the story of the three
Isaiah
wise
talks
men.
about.
All right. Well, this is Matthew 2
Isaiah
with the
talks
wise men.
about-
Where did they say anything about how he is called Emmanuel by the wise men? Lo and behold, they saw the star
said,
where it's seen and
"Behold, this
rose. When they saw the star, they rejoiced exceedingly with great joy. And going into the house, they saw the child with Mary and his mother.
Mary, his mother. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
so where does it
I
say-
proved you.
Cool.
See, I
Where does
told
it
you,
say that
bro.
they call him Emmanuel?
It's a different name, bro.
Where do they
Mary. It
call
says
him
Mary,
anything?
bro.
Where do they call him anything?
They didn't keep going down, bro. Keep
They
going down.
leave. They're already gone. There's no more conversation about Jesus. Where do they call him anything?
Is this Matthew?
Yes.
Is this Matthew?
Yes, this is the
This
only.
is the
this
short
is the only
translation.
book. This is the only book with the wise men in it.
Mark, dude. Mark talks about it more. Come on.
No,
The book of Mark.
there's no birth story in Mark. He gets
About
baptized.
Jesus.
Nope. He's just immediately tempted and baptized in Mark 1.
But what happened? Mary. It said Mary, right? Did
Sweet.
you just read that, right?
So where do they call him anything? You said they called
So
him
then-
Emmanuel.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying in general. Jesus.
What
is
did the
they're
wise men
talking
call
about.
Jesus?
I don't know. Son of Man, Emmanuel,
Nope.
Jesus.
They never call him
It's all
anything.
the same title for the same person.
They never call
It's
him
the
anything.
Same title for.
I just showed you
different
that they
titles
don't
for the
call him
same
anything.
person. Gang. The Old Testament references the New Testament.
Cool. So
The
where
OT
is Jesus
prophesied the
called?
new
Where is Jesus called Emmanuel?
They called him a son of man. They called him Isaiah.
Sweet. Where do they call him
even
Emmanuel?
referenced
They don't
him as
call him Isaiah.
Joshua.
That doesn't make any
But
sense.
they're different names for the same person, bro.
All right. You have one more opportunity to give me a verse in the New Testament where Jesus is called Emmanuel. Or you can tell me where in Isaiah it says the name Mary.
Matthew 1:23, bro.
All right. Matthew 1:23, we'll go over to it. This is Matthew 1. Behold, they're just quoting that verse.
Verse
Behold, the
23,
virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which means God with us. When Joseph
Yes!
woke, hold up. When Joseph woke from sleep, he
I
did as the
told you.
listen. He did as the angel of the Lord commanded him. He took his wife, but knew her not until she had given birth to a son, and he called his name Jesus. It literally says right before that verse you gave me, she will
I'm
bear.
telling you, bro, I
Listen,
just proved you wrong,
this is
bro.
the angel. The angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, do not fear to take Mary as your wife, for that which is conceived in her is from the Holy Spirit. She will bear a son, and you shall call his name.
Jesus, Emmanuel.
Okay.
I told
Nope.
you every
Wait,
time.
nope.
Different titles for the same person.
Nope.
You refuse to hear the truth.
Because they don't call him
Oh,
that.
it's right
It
in front of you.
explicitly says to call him Jesus, and that's what he does.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Don't know what to tell you, man.
OT references new T. OT talks about Jesus, Emmanuel, sons,
Where does it say Jesus? in
hundreds of years
Isaiah?
apart. How is this? How
does it
can
say
this be
Jesus
true
in
if it
Isaiah?
wasn't from God?
What?
It calls Jesus, Emmanuel, and Isaiah.
Where? It doesn't.
called
It doesn't
him
say
a man-
Jesus at all in there. Where does it say Jesus in Isaiah?
I just showed you what I just showed you,
Where does
What
it
I
say
just told
Jesus in
you.
Isaiah?
and on top of that, they
Where
called
does
him
it say Jesus in
Jesus
Isaiah?
or Emmanuel. It's two different names for the same person,
It
bro.
is not. Where does it say Jesus in Isaiah?
Jeez Louise, bro. How hard is your head? How hard were you for your mom? How difficult? If I talk to your mom, how would she say you are? Hey, not like that. Come on. But I'm saying in general, if I talk to your mom right now, she would say, "Oh yeah, this guy, Christ before Jesus, yeah, he was difficult to raise. Like, I couldn't help him with anything."
Yeah, I
Like, he
know,
just kept
because I learned how to
contradicting me and
read.
trying
What
to
did your
argue.
mom just not know how to read or something like that?
Oh, my mom knows everything, bro. She raised me right. And I'm telling you the truth because she raised me
Did
right.
she raise you to believe that the word Mary was in Isaiah?
What are you now? You're just nitpicking things, bro. It's the same
Can you
thing,
admit
different
that you were
titles for the
wrong?
same Jesus. No, because I showed you the truth.
Where
I
does
just showed you
does it
Matthew.
say
I just
Mary
showed
in
you
the
Isaiah.
does it say the name Mary in Isaiah?
It doesn't. It calls her literally the Virgin. You can kind of guess that they're referencing Mary. It's not that hard, bro.
By the way, if you're watching, no, in the Hebrew it does not say virgin at all. It just says the young maiden is with child, not the virgin will conceive. That is a weird bastardization of the Greek version of the Old Testament, which is the Septuagint, which comes out after the Hebrew or Aramaic. Where there's a term that is used that could mean virgin. And so what they do is they say, oh, Jesus fulfilled this scripture because it's a virgin that will conceive. Not only is that very clearly not a thing, virgins don't actually have children, but on top of that, when it comes to this particular text, they're taking a Greek version of the Old Testament text there in Isaiah, and they're twisting it slightly and adding some future tense verbiage in order to make it a prophecy. The Gospel of Matthew does this a lot. Is this Matthew here? Yeah. So Matthew explicitly does this there at the beginning to try to tie Jesus in with potential prophecies or connections with the Old Testament. He tries to say this here for Bethlehem, even though Bethlehem is a person and he's a member of the tribe of Judah. Not the least among the rulers of Judah. So yeah, it is not at all the town of Bethlehem. It's the person Bethlehem who is mentioned in the Old Testament. Then you end up with this particular case right here, where he goes to Egypt, and this was to fulfill what the prophet had spoken, out of Egypt I called my son. This is just calling back to Hosea 11. Hosea 11 says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. It is very clearly talking about Israel. This doesn't happen to Jesus. This is very clearly not Jesus. This is a past tense about Israel, but that's what they try to say. The author of Matthew is trying his hardest to try to shove Jesus into the Messiah or potential prophecies. He's just finding something in the Old Testament to connect it to. It's really pathetic. And then he resorts to just making some shit up down in here when they come out of Egypt. It says, and he, this is Joseph, went and lived in a city called Nazareth, so that what was spoken by the prophets might be fulfilled, that he would be called a Nazarene. The word Nazarene is not actually found in the Old Testament at all, believe it or not. It is found 3 times in the Bible. All 3 of them are in the New Testament. Nazareth is not found in the Old Testament. It is found 31 times. All times are in the New Testament. And just to show you that I'm not fucking around or something like that, if we search for like the term Joshua, obviously the Old Testament will come up. Yeah, so it's pretty bad. All right. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. We do have somebody coming up here. This is Z-rated, I guess. Z-rated?
Yeah, good. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing good, doing good. What you got, man?
Oh, I made a comment on something. I can't even remember what it was, and immediately got an invite up. But
Okay.
I'm sure it was something wild because I view it differently than anybody I've met.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, so in the context, I guess, of your Jesus and Paul never existed, prove us wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I guess could you define what you mean by existed?
Yeah. The natural Jesus walked on this planet 2,000 years ago, as the New Testament tries to claim that he did.
Right. Well, so yeah. So then we would have to prove the Bible true to prove that, which would be impossible. I mean, Jesus is a concept, not a person. I mean, the Bible isn't a collective story of different people. It is a collective story of different perspectives of different situations.
If it's a collective story of different people, then it would be people who lived, no? Or are you saying different authors? What do you mean by that?
No, so in the context of the story of David and Goliath, David would be the higher mind, and Goliath would be the lower mind. Jesus is the higher self, your higher mind, to be enlightened, to serve others. The devil is the opposite mirrored version of that, where it's your animal instincts, your survival instincts. So it's a cultural context of life. Same with Hindu and tarot and witchcraft and astrology and psychology and science. It's all the same story.
I don't believe you.
Okay.
Yep, that's just a bunch of weird gobbledygook nonsense. That's not at all what they tried to portray. They very clearly tried to portray somebody as walking around in history. So no,
Right.
not even close.
That was intentional.
They intentionally tried to write history so that you could say that it wasn't.
No. So they wrote it so that you would have to go inside yourself to figure out what in the world it means.
Yeah, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And how'd you figure that out? What did a Christian tell you that you had to go inside this to try to figure this out? What do you mean born again? Like what are you talking about?
Not a Christian. I mean, I guess growing up I was Christian.
All right.
but I
Well,
would-
where in the text of the Bible does it say that this needs to be looked at from the inside of you? Like, what are you talking about, dude? You just kind of
Yeah,
found a way to treat it like a buffet.
Well, no. I mean, I just found a way to correlate it to other religious contexts.
Yeah, that doesn't make any
cultural
sense. That's
differences.
exactly where you went wrong, because religions are, in many cases, most cases, mutually exclusive of one another. So what you did was you tried to go through the New Testament and try to find, or all of it, and you tried to say, hey, what could I do to try to jam all these things together and try to find a cohesive message in this, when very clearly they're telling very different things, sometimes very different teachings. So no, not at all. Like that's not a
So
not a
you're
thing.
claiming
You're treating it like a buffet. You're leaving out all the other parts. Where in, say, the tarot or Jainist beliefs do we have laws that are given by some kind of deity that says that you can own slaves as property or own people as property?
well, because it's not the context of slave as a person. But my point was,
Yeah, slave is a person. Yeah. And where does it say that you can give anything like a person to your children as property?
so you don't believe in ego, pride.
Where does it say that you can give that to your children as property?
I guess
Like you're
I'm
just
not
kind of you're trying
understanding- I'm not
to
understanding-
you're trying
I'm not understanding the
Yeah,
context.
I know you're
It's
not
a-
understanding, and that's kind of the point. You don't know how to actually make all the parts of the Old Testament or all the parts of the Bible jive with these other religions because they fucking don't. And you're treating this as if it's a buffet. You're going through and finding the more popular or nice kind of things, the more philosophical, esoteric bullshit from the New Testament and the Old Testament, the theological stuff, and you're saying, oh, hey, all this metaphysical stuff that I'm finding here, I can go ahead and connect it to something else over here. That's all that you're doing. You're not actually paying attention to what they were actually trying to say. Nowhere in the text does it tell you to analyze it like this. It just doesn't. It's not written that way, and you're skipping over all the parts that very clearly don't jive with others because they don't, and that would be bad for your position. You're like some weird Christ consciousness coexist bullshit. It's weird.
Well,
It's,
so let me ask
it's
you
nonsense.
this. So if you say that I'm confused on that, then why do they have flood stories in other religious contexts?
It's almost as if people don't live on mountains and tend to live near rivers.
What?
Do people tend to live near rivers? Yes. Civilizations generally were built around rivers, correct? Or some kind of body of water?
Right.
Yeah. So it's almost like whenever you live near water, every once in a while, there's going to be floods. And these are going to be devastating to your community, which you built around said water. So,
so you're
yeah,
claiming the
you're
co-
going to
you're
end
claiming-
up with stories. And these
You're
stories are
claiming-
going to be different, but they're also going to have a core, which is we all fucking died because there was a flood.
So you're claiming that it was a physical flood of the earth.
What was?
What you're so in the
And what do you
reference
mean
of
the earth? See, this is Jesus fucking Christ. See, with
not
you guys,
understanding English or
you
something?
try to think in such a way that it's all or nothing. It's not. Very clearly, there is
That's the
nuance to
opposite
these
of what I'm
things.
saying. That's what you're saying. Oh my God.
No, what you're saying is because I believe that floods can happen, then therefore I believe in the flood of the earth. That is dumb as shit. I
But you were
don't.
saying,
I do not believe that the
saying
Noah's Ark. I
no.
do not believe that the Noah's Ark story happened. However, floods are things that we can observe. They are real things that happen to communities. I'm not saying that there was a guy named Noah that built a boat. I don't think Noah existed at all. What I'm saying is that flood stories in different cultures happen because different cultures live around bodies of water. You admitted to that. It's true.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where you're getting to my question at.
Because you're trying to say that like there's all these different flood stories in these different communities. Correct? That's what you were trying to say. All these different cultures have flood stories.
That's what I'm disputing. That's what I'm disputing.
You're trying to say that it
And you're-
wasn't a flood?
Yes. Do you
Dumb
know-
as shit.
so-
Do floods happen?
Absolutely.
Are they devastating
what does
to
that have to do
communities
with
that
my
live
point?
next to water?
Again, that's
Are they
common sense.
devastating to communities that live next to water?
Well, I will pause.
Are
and
they
let you look that
devastating
up.
to communities who live next to water?
I'll pause until you can figure that out.
Okay, cool.
Right.
Right. All right. Well, anyways, drop your Christ consciousness bullshit. It's annoying and nobody likes you. Jesus Christ. That may have been a little too harsh, but still, fucking hate Christ consciousness. Hate it. Hate it. Hate it. If there is one thing I hate more than Phil Bros, it's literally at the top of the list is fucking Christ consciousness. Hate it. Because that's worse than, no joke, worse than religions in the world. Like if a religion says, oh, hey, we believe that the world should be viewed through our Bible, or we believe that we should be viewed through our Quran or something, whatever. Like you're at least standing by something. It's bullshit, but it's something. All right. But then someone else comes in and goes, I think that everyone should just get along. So I'm going to come up with something that says you're right and you're right and you're right and you're right and fuck you. Fuck you. That is terrible. Terrible. That is literally how we're in the position that we're in now, is not just religious people ruining it, but the other people who just sit by and go, well, you got to respect their beliefs. No, the fuck we don't. We don't. We don't at all. Not at all. As Patton Oswalt said, you have to acknowledge their beliefs. Then you can reserve the right to say, that's fucking stupid. That doesn't make any sense. We should be able to call out religious bullshit whenever we see it. You don't have to go, oh, well, maybe there's some truth and we can connect it with it. No, stop it. Stop it, you milquetoast Democrat liberal piece of shit. Fuck. Anyways, we're moving on. All right.
Hello?
Sorry, and by the way, I'm not saying a liberal because I'm coming from the right. Don't make this cowboy hat look like a MAGA hat. This is not red at all. The only red hat I have says horse race on it because I got it out of 7-Eleven. But that being said, no. My hat is not red. My book is. Anyways, the point is, we got Yedidiah ben Israel. What you got?
So do you know who Cornelius Tacitus is?
Wait, really fast. Am I
He's a
talking to
Roman
Yedidiah?
Historian. Yes, this is me. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
How? Yes, I can hear you. Just give me 1 second.
Hello?
It's just I'm having to comprehend the fact that right after talking to somebody who believes in Christ consciousness, I've got to move on to a BHI. All right. I know who Tacitus is. What do you got, buddy?
Black Hebrew Israelite.
Say what?
Okay, so
What did you say about Black Hebrews?
the
What did
book,
you say?
the Annals, is a considered a historical book, is it not?
I'm trying to figure out, is that my internet or I don't know if he's just lagging or something like that. Okay. So Annals is a historical text, like it's a writing about the history of the empire,
Can you
like
hear
the
me?
different emperors. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you, but it's like really lagging.
Okay, I'm sorry. But in that book, he writes about the revolution and the revolt because of the Christ.
The revolt?
The same story that's in the Bible, he writes about. Yes, there was a revolt that happened in Rome. It's in that book when they talk about Christ. He calls Christ by his name.
What's his name?
The Greek, their version of his name, Christ, Jesus Christ. He calls him by his name.
He
in
calls
the
him
book.
Jesus? Does he call him the Greek version of Jesus, like Isus?
Yes, the Christos.
All right. So I apologize because there's a big delay there in the actual in speaking and everything like that. I not really much I can do about it. But what I will tell you is that no, that's not the case. And on the screen in front of you is the 11th century manuscript of Tacitus's Annals, which is the oldest manuscript that we have of the text. And nowhere in here does it say Isu. You see the word Christus right over here, but there is no Jesus right before it. This just is like here, but there is no Jesus right before it. This is like et.
So what name does he call him?
He doesn't call him a name. Christ is a title. He doesn't call him a name. Christ is a title.
Okay, but what title does he call him?
I just said it.
Okay, and the story that he writes about how he was crucified by Pontius Pilate and all of that, is that not the same story in the Bible?
Yeah, because a Christian has interpolated it, which is why it says Christ and not Jesus. Yeah, because a Christian has interpolated it. Now we're gonna go ahead and remove that guy because there is no way I'm gonna put up with that lag for that long.
Hello.
Okay, what is going on? Shadrach?
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Yep.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm interested in this. Your topic says Jesus and Paul never existed. Proof was wrong.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I don't know too much about the history, but I just want to ask you, why is the world now using a calendar that is called after Christ and before Christ?
Because a man named
does that
Dionysius
mean that-
Exiguus in the 500s came up with an idea
Yeah.
of using the birth of Jesus as
Yeah.
their calendar. Prior to that, there were 3 different ways to actually write a calendar. It was which emperor it is and how long they've been reigning. It was what Olympiad you're in, what year of the Olympiad, because that's every 4 years, or it was based on the foundation of Rome. So that was the Julian
Yeah.
calendar. Eventually,
where
they
did
ended
they
up
get the
switching
name?
over in the 500s because Christianity was the official religion of the Roman Empire, and the emperor liked that.
Yeah, so if Jesus did not exist, where did they get the name to use after Christ and before Christ?
From the fucking Bible. This is in the 6th century when they come up with the idea. The New Testament was written in the 2nd century. So for 400 years, they had this text that said that Jesus existed, and 400 years later, they're like, hey, why don't we just base our calendar off of this because we're all Christian?
Yeah, so based on your belief, does Jesus exist? Yes or no? Or based on their belief?
Based on
Based
their
on
belief?
Their belief, yeah.
In
Does
the
Jesus exists?
in the Holy Roman Empire, yeah, they believe that Jesus existed.
Yeah,
In the
so
6th
what's your
century,
problem
yeah,
then?
dude.
Yeah. What's your problem then?
I
Are
don't
you
have a
trying
problem. You
to-
fucking brought it up. That's just, okay, cool. In the 6th
Are
century,
you
people
trying to
believed
deny
that.
what they believe?
What?
Are you trying to deny what they believe and what has been written in the history books?
Where in the history books? What the fuck are you talking about, man? In the 6th century, there were Christians, and Christians believed that Jesus existed. I'm not acknowledging this, but that doesn't mean that he did. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because based on your topic, you said Jesus never existed.
Correct. And
So if you
Jesus existed
so,
in what century according to the Bible?
well,
Jesus
your
existed
topic
in
did
what
not
century
say
according to the Bible?
your topic make it
Sweet.
your topic
Jesus
is just
existed
open that
in what
Jesus never
century
existed.
according to the Bible?
Oh yeah. So now you change your
All right.
topic now to the year.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I haven't changed the topic. It's just you don't know how to actually talk about it, so I'm trying to get you to it. All right? You are muted for the moment. I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to send you an invite to unmute. Just answer the question. According to the Bible, what century does Jesus live in? Go ahead.
Yeah, I told you that I don't know much about history.
Okay, well,
Right.
that's pretty apparent.
But
Do you have
yeah,
anything
I
else for
only
the existence of Jesus, or you just want to point to a
yeah
calendar? Because, I mean,
yeah
today, by the way,
I
according to the
only
calendar,
want
is
to
the
use
day
the
of
calendar.
Thor. Where do
Yeah,
you think
because
where do you
people
think Thursday comes from? What does that word mean?
I don't know much. Like I said,
What does
I don't know.
Thursday mean?
Okay, assume that I'm zero in history.
Okay,
I
sweet.
only
Well,
asked you about the calendar.
you don't have to tell me to assume that you don't know shit about history.
Yeah.
That was pretty obvious from the first sentence you came in here with. And everyone in here agrees with that, because anybody who comes in here talking about the calendar obviously doesn't know history. That being said, today is called Thursday because it's based off of Thor, the Norse god. So does that mean Thor existed because he's on a calendar?
I don't know. I only ask you. You are the
Okay,
one
well,
that
a
answers.
calendar doesn't mean jack shit. A calendar just
Yeah.
means that a bunch of people
Do
decided
they
that they
do they
want to
lie?
count days from a certain point in time. As long as they
Yeah.
can
Do
all
they
agree
lie?
upon what date it is, then they're
Yeah.
fine. A calendar is a
Do they
social
lie?
construct.
Do they lie?
Who?
People that started the calendar.
On like Jesus's existence? Sure. But that doesn't mean that the calendar can't be used or something. That doesn't make any sense. A calendar is a
Well,
social construct.
yeah. If you believe that they lie, then I have nothing to add. That's your
Okay.
belief. Yeah. Thank you
Do
very
you got
much for
anything
your
else,
comment.
buddy?
Appreciate. No.
All right. That
Thank
was a
you.
royal
Have a
waste of
good
time
day.
there, Shadrach. You came up here and
No,
showed
that
everybody
it's
that
not a
you're
waste
just a
of
massive
time.
fucking
It's
idiot.
you trying to change history.
Where's the history that Jesus is in? You're just pointing to a calendar. Okay. All
How
right.
can you prove
4K
that
creator
Muhammad
movies in
existed?
UHD. What you got?
How can you prove Muhammad existed? Really?
Because we have contemporaries of him who talk about him. Do you have anything for Jesus?
Well, yeah, I have the facts about what is not only the Bible says, but also archaeological remains.
Oh,
proofs.
please provide archaeological remains for Jesus.
Well, please provide that Muhammad existed.
Okay. There are contemporaries of Muhammad who mention him. We do not have any contemporaries for Jesus. Where were those archaeological remains that you were talking about?
Well. Haven't you? Do you watch History Channel, for instance?
No, I don't.
Well, you better watch it. You better read.
Nah, I'm
You
good on
better-
Bigfoot documentaries. What you got?
Well, about reading. Well,
Did your elevator
if you're
stop
gonna
on all the
defend-
floors
if
there,
you're
buddy?
gonna if you're gonna defend Islam, I'm out of here.
I'm not defending Islam.
Goodbye.
That was weird. All right. Well, the fuck was that about? If anyone has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, please come up. What the hell was that all about? All right, we're going to go ahead and go to Super Chats because I don't know what's going on. $3.11 from Gretchen Z Boots. Said, I see your thirst trap queef cult is going well. What the hell does that even mean? Are you... All right. We are narrowing in on, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20. We're narrowing in. We are now at 631 keywords here. Thank you, Gretchen, for getting that ball rolling today. $4.99 from Z. What's with all the letters Z? Z Corpa Z Corp Alpha. There we go. I think I smell burnt toast. All right. Long term, what the fuck are you trying to accomplish? Rewrite the Bible to look good to your assholed friends? So, I've never seen anybody spell asshole with a D at the end instead of an E. That's kind of weird. It kind of seems kind of like, I don't know, kind of endearing. Like they're my friends because I hold their asses. Aww. Anyways, the point is, I'm not rewriting the Bible at all. The Bible is nonsense. Just look at it. Why would I be interested in rewriting it? No, long term, what I'm trying to accomplish is I'm trying to get a whole bunch of people to think to themselves, do I have actual evidence that supports what I believe? And hopefully that will influence them to talk to their family and friends and people they come into contact with IRL and on TikTok and everything like that and on YouTube with that same question. Talk to them about the concept of, do you have evidence to support your beliefs? And just keep going. Society has benefited when we believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible. I'm just doing my part in trying to get people to realize that. But yeah, that is what the fuck I'm trying to accomplish. There are $5 from, let's see here. $5 from Next HyperX. Says, as a Christian, it tells basically you to do things that'll one day help you get to heaven, like the Bible, I guess. God wants you to walk with him in faith. Makes sense? And somebody responded, YouTube Punk just said no. So in essence, yeah, I mean, obviously the Bible is going to be telling you certain things. The Gospels are going to tell you certain things. The story of Jesus is going to be telling you certain things. I get it. And then God wants you to walk with him in faith. Yeah, the authors of the text wanted you to believe something without evidence because they weren't providing evidence. Origen himself said that God put inconsistencies and contradictions into the text in order for us to just believe it spiritually, because he wouldn't put it past you. Origen said he wouldn't put it past you if you believe that the New Testament did not line up with history, because it just doesn't. It doesn't. So again, while the Bible wants you to walk with God or whatever, walk with Jesus in faith, that is literally it saying, I want you to abandon all reason, stop asking for evidence, and then just move on. In the Gospel of Thomas, they probably had enough people that were saying, oh, hey, like, where's the proof of Jesus? Where's the proof that this actually happened? To where they needed to put something into a later gospel, like the Gospel of John, where it says, hey, we have the story of doubting Thomas. You have seen and you have believed, but blessed are those who have not seen yet still believe. It is trying to tell you and encourage you that you should believe something even though they don't have any evidence for it. And that is stupid. That is a terrible idea. And a lot of people, over 1 billion people on this planet, have bought into it without any evidence. And that's really weird. We wonder why our world is the way that it is, and there's over 1 billion people who walk around believing something without any evidence. And sometimes they vote every year based off of and vote in a way that somehow appeases a mythical character who never existed and they don't have any evidence for. And that's pathetic. And that's how we are where we are. Let's see. Moving on. $5 from Resting Op Face says, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Queefs R Us kid. They got 1 million queefs at Queefs R Us that I can breathe in. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. All right, well, that's 3. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh, ugh, that makes me feel weird. All right, $2 from God-fearing man 41 says, disprove them. Come on, I'm waiting. Disprove, I guess the Christians, I think, maybe. I have no idea. Oh, disprove Jesus and Paul. Oh, well, believe me, I'll get to it. Then $1.99 from the prototype just says, queef, 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 queef. That's 8 queefs. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Look at that. All right. And then the prototype $1.99 says, yes, this will be an all-day occurrence. Queef, queef. All right. We are now, let's see, 5, 10. There we go. I'm going to go short circle these. That's 10. That's 20. That's 30. Whatever. Okay. 47. So we are now at 649. Yeah, we are now at 649 Q words, guys. We're getting there. We're getting there. Who's going to be the lucky person? Who is going to be the lucky person? If it's Dr. Ajem, I'm going to be thrilled. But someone's going to push it to the perfect number. It is at 649 right now. All right. John 13:7. What you got?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Well, actually, you know what? Thank you for asking. Over the last few guests, it's been pretty bad. We've got somebody who assumed that I was just defending Islam. Prior to that, somebody was a BHI or something with a terrible delay. No, I'm not going to make that joke. And then there was another person who was Christ consciousness or something.
I just joined, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's been a day.
Well, I hope you have a
day.
better day after our conversation.
Oh, I'm sure I will, because you are up here to actually give evidence for Jesus and Paul. And I'm Mi cuerpo es listo.
I don't know what the heck you said, but it's okay. I agree.
Oh. Kroppen min are klar.
No, I don't agree with this one because you're probably cursing at me the second time because
No.
I didn't understand the first time.
No. In Spanish and then in Norwegian, I said my body is ready. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'll use your logic here. So you're depending on stellometry to say that Josephus Lactissimonium Flavianum is changed.
I depend on what?
The Josephus passages about Jesus are added to his text. So now the question is, I did some research via Google and ChatGPT, and both agree that most scholars, about 73% Google said, and about 80% ChatGPT said that most scholars agree on.
So it's almost like they're just kind of pulling those numbers out of their ass.
Well, they did it,
Well,
via
it's true
research,
because
but
I mean,
can't do it
64% of statistics are made up on the spot.
Well, anyway, I'll just tell you this. They say that it was changed, which means it was there, but it was changed. However,
Okay, and
about
what is the
25 to
evidence of the
30%,
unchanged one?
The evidence of the unchanged ones? It's just scholars who say that this was authentic, and I do have
Based on what?
Give me 1 second. It says change altered. Josephus, the people who say Josephus, this passage was changed. Say Josephus originally wrote a brief neutral mention of Jesus, but later Christian scribes altered specific phrases. This is the
So how did
who
they
say it's
determine
altered.
what was authentic and what wasn't?
Based on stellometry that you always use.
Based on
prove that it
stellometry,
was-
huh?
That's what they say. You always use
please.
this.
Please present the evidence that based on stellometry, there are some authentic, like they determined what was authentic and what was inauthentic. Please be very specific. I want to hear all of it.
But you do not present any evidence that it was completely added.
All right.
You never did that.
No. Listen. And mine's actually quite easy. I'm not even going to go through all of the ways that we can tell. I'm just going to pretty much just kind of utilize what you've already given. Yes or no? Do Christian scholars acknowledge that there are parts in here that Josephus definitely didn't say?
Look, what's the percentage of them that he didn't say anything?
I don't care. I didn't ask that question. I didn't ask that question. I just John. I asked you, yes or no? Are there Christian scholars who say that there are portions of this text that Josephus did not say?
Yeah, there are some.
Okay, and that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so what is the earliest? What is the
majority of them?
What is the earliest time that we get the testimony of Flavianum? Who's the earliest person to say it? Who's the first person to ever mention the testimony of Flavianum outside of Josephus?
Okay, so let me ask a question.
Who's the
So
first
where are you
person?
going with this? Where are you going with this?
I'm asking
Because
you a question. Who's the
okay,
first one?
I will answer. I will answer, but
Go
I'll give
ahead.
you this. If you if you're gonna use this testimonial, okay, as proof that Jesus did not exist, I will use it also to
It
prove
doesn't
that
make any
Jesus
sense.
exists.
I'm not going to use it. How would I use it to prove that he didn't exist?
Because you want to prove that it was mentioned later on. Because it mentioned later on, we have no record of who
No,
added
no,
it
no,
or
no,
who
no, no,
changed
no,
it.
no. We do. That's kind of the point. But again, it's not just a matter of time. I'm asking you. I didn't ask you when. I asked you who was the first person. Who was the first person? Doesn't matter when it is, but who was the first person to actually quote the Testimonium Flavianum?
All right, give me 1 second. I think I read it here. Give me a second, okay?
All right.
Instead of famous historical survivor scholar who's following tracked academic collection within several decades, his data outlines how academic doesn't show here who was the first person, but it talks about someone called Louis Feldman, who tracked
Jesus Christ,
academic
dude. That's like a
publications.
modern scholar. Okay, no, I'm saying who's the first person to quote the Testimonium Flavianum?
All right, who was the first person to quote Testimonium Flavianum? No.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
Corey Feldman. Yeah, that's what I heard there. James, there in the chat. Yes, he got it.
The first person was the first century historian and Bishop Eusebius of Caesarea.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is. The
All right.
4th century bishop and historian Eusebius of Caesarea. Yes. Okay. Eusebius. Now, when Eusebius quotes it, and this is in the 4th century, right?
Okay.
Does he quote the version that scholars say is interpolated? Does he quote the bad version, or does he quote a good version?
All right, let's continue reading. He quoted a passage in a famous work, the Ecclesiastical History Church, and also referenced in his early Demonstratio Evangelica Proof of Gospel. Okay, because Eusebius is the very first person to explicitly produce this quote more than 200 years after Josephus originally wrote it. He sits at the center of the historical controversy, the forgery accusation, and there is the interruption argument. Okay, because the one mentioned the passage before Eusebius, he may have actually forged the entire text. So they are saying that because he was the first one who mentioned it, like, decades or centuries after, it might be totally forged, but stilometry that you're using, it actually proves.
No, we're not using stilometry there. We don't have to use stilometry. We don't have to use stilometry there.
Do not lie.
We don't have to use stilometry there.
Yeah,
I'm telling. Listen.
Hold on.
Stop it.
No,
Stop.
no.
Stop.
What you're saying is wrong, man.
Stop, John. I am telling you that we don't have to use stilometry. If we do, in no way, shape, or form is there a version of the Testimonium Flavianum with certain pieces taken out that has been stylometrically analyzed to come back as Josephus. That's not a thing. The closest, listen, John, the closest thing that you could possibly point to is something here recently from T.C. Schmidt, who said that the interpolated version was from Josephus based on stilometry. And all he did was he looked at thematic words within the problematic phrases and said, Josephus happens to use them. He did not compare it to Eusebius, though, which, if he had used distance formulas, he would have seen doesn't come back as Josephus anyways. And if he had actually compared these thematic words to Eusebius, he would have seen that it comes back as Eusebius. Because you know who uses those? Eusebius. And you know who uses them in that particular way? Eusebius. You know who doesn't use those phrases in those particular ways? Like, for instance, the phrase that gets translated as miracle worker, which is like doer of good works. He uses it as the word poet. Josephus. That's weird. Anyways, the point is, even putting stilometry aside, because what you said is just bullshit, but even putting aside stilometry, the first person to quote the Testimonium Flavianum, you just read it for all of us to hear, was Eusebius, and he quoted the wrong one.
So hold on a second.
Listen. So what that means, what that means is that the first time we ever get anyone mentioning the Testimonium Flavianum in history, it is the one that Christian scholars, you admitted, even Christian scholars today say that version is wrong. That version, Josephus didn't write all that. And the first time we get it mentioned is the wrong one. It's the wrong version. So where's the evidence that there is a version prior to that that doesn't have those pieces?
All right, so let me answer to this, and don't I didn't interrupt you, so please don't interrupt me. It says here.
Well, just as long as you answer that question that I just asked, you will go.
Hold on one second.
Go ahead.
Hold on one second.
Wait, hold on, John. Just making sure. Are you answering the question I just asked?
No, hold on a second.
All right. Well, see, that's the problem. See, I asked you a question, and we're
That's
going to
not
answer
fair.
that one.
What you're doing is not fair. No, you're not fair. With all due respect, I
Okay,
love you,
what did
man.
I say that was
respect you, but
incorrect?
you're not-
What did
you're
I
not-
say that was
oh,
incorrect?
Hold on. Okay,
What did I
so
say
let
that
me-
was
let me say-
incorrect?
I'm not. Listen, let me tell you what I wanted to say. About like 10 sentences or 50 sentences ago. Okay, first of all,
It's a pretty big jump, but okay.
hold on. Yeah. Okay. First of all, okay, saying something or stating something after a couple of hundred years pass by doesn't mean it's forged.
I didn't
Okay.
say I didn't say that just
Well,
automatically
you
means
no,
it's
no, no,
forged.
you just said that. Okay, good.
John,
So now,
John,
now,
I asked
now,
John,
you're saying a big
John,
number of scholars say
John.
that he's wrong.
John, listen.
Okay.
John, stop. I asked you, what is the evidence that we have that a non-interpolated version prior to Eusebius existed?
What is the evidence that you have that says otherwise?
Eusebius.
No.
Eusebius is the first mention that we have, and it's the interpolated version. So do we have
Does
any
that
evidence of
okay,
a
hold on.
non-interpolated
Does that mean
version?
it's forged? That doesn't mean it's forged.
No,
It was
I'm
said-
asking you.
it
I'm
was
asking
said
you.
a
Do you
couple
have
hundred
any
percent.
evidence whatsoever that there is a version prior to him that didn't have the interpolations?
I don't think so. I don't. There is. but
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
how
mean
that
it's
works.
forged.
That's how
it
that
doesn't
works.
mean it's.
So based on the fact that the earliest version is the wrong version, you can't say that there's a version that isn't the wrong version. Nope, we just got to go off of evidence. Here on this channel, buddy, we go with the earliest evidence that we have. That's how this works. We are talking about history. We're also talking about evidence. And all the evidence points to every time that we get the Testimonium Flavianum, it's the wrong version. It's the interpolated one. There is zero evidence that there is any version prior to Eusebius that was ever given by Josephus or anyone else that didn't have the interpolations. We don't
All
have
right,
any
good.
evidence of
So
that.
now the question is,
Please move
Go
to your
on, let
next
me-
point because that one has been thoroughly spanked.
no. Do you have anything? Do you have anything before Eusebius that says it's not changed or it's not?
No,
it
because
wasn't
Eusebius
there?
is the first one.
So you have a no, and I do have a no. So it's a
Sweet.
tie
So we
game,
have
my
to go
friend.
with the earliest that we have.
The
which is Eusebius.
So you go with it. Oh, so you'll go with it then.
So yes, and Eusebius is the incorrect version. So there we go.
Says who?
The Christian scholars you admitted to.
Some scholars.
No,
Not the
the
Christian scholars, not
the majority of scholars say
No,
that
no,
it has
it's
been
not major-
interpolated into.
Majority nowadays are 73% saying that it was changed, not added.
Okay, where's the evidence that it was another version? That another version was changed into what Eusebius had?
Again, they use stilometry that you always use.
What stilometry has been ran on the non-edited version and the non-edited texts? And how did they determine what parts?
Stilometry was ran? What
Yep,
do you mean?
Sure.
What's a-
Like, give me any instance of stilometry being ran on the
Hold on.
non-edited version.
What is stilometry in general? What is that? Because
The
you always
study
use
of
it.
the
What
style
is
of an authorship or text.
it? Good. So
Sweet. So
you're
please
telling
give me
that
any.
you want-
Please
hold on,
point to
hold on.
anything that ran stilometry on the non-edited versions and found them to be Josephus.
The problem is we cannot.
Okay.
Hold on. You didn't
All right,
listen.
all right, John,
You didn't
John,
listen.
John,
Listen,
John.
listen,
It's
listen.
it.
You did not listen.
John,
You did not listen.
John,
You did not
John.
listen.
Listen.
No, it's not.
Okay, you've been muted again, John. All right. Listen,
Because you're
John. If you talk or you unmute after I mute you, you're going to get disconnected. I want to continue this conversation. I really do, but you're going to have to show some decorum here. All right? Listen, you claimed that stilometry that I talk about somehow proves that this is Josephus. No, it doesn't. You can't point to a single instance where someone ran stilometry on this text the non-edited version and decided that the non-edited parts or the non-changed parts were Josephine while the other parts were someone else. No, that has never happened ever. Ever has that happened. The only thing you can point to, which I already discussed, is T.C. Smith trying to say, just by taking a look at thematic words, which isn't really that scientific to begin with, that all that they did was, all that he did, Schmidt it was, he just took the thematic words and compared them to whether or not Josephus ever used them somewhere else. He did not compare them to Eusebius, and he did not use distance formulas that take into account the non-thematic words, the most frequently used words, which is much more scientifically proven to be unique to individual authors. T.C. Schmidt did a dogshit job of trying to say something. You, by the way, are not even arguing that. You were trying to say that stellometry on the unedited versions somehow proves that Josephus wrote it. No, T.C. Schmidt is saying that the interpolated version, the version that you said 73% of scholars believe is interpolated or changed or altered, he says that the altered version is true. That's what he is literally going against with 73%. I'm just simply saying the 73% of scholars that you just randomly pulled that number up or whatever, ChatGPT or whatever, they said that it had been edited. Cool. Where is their proof that there was any version earlier that was unedited? That's what I'm saying. We don't have any evidence for that. We don't. So they're just kind of saying it. It's wishful thinking. So please move to your next point. There's nothing else that you're going to be able to get out of this. That dog won't hunt.
I want to answer you back, please.
Okay. Please respond in a way that somehow proves what I said. Anything in there is just incorrect.
All right. Hold on a second now. When you examine a piece of writing for someone, right?
Mm-hmm.
You only have a piece of writing. You cannot tell whether this is original or non-original before you study it. So how are you telling me, or how are you asking me the unedited version if there's only one version that we are debating? Like, where did you get the word unedited?
Because there's two different times that we get the Testimonium Flavianum. There's multiple times that we get it actually. We can look at two different things. The oldest version, so it was written. It's in a book that's written by Josephus, correct?
Okay.
So we can look at the oldest copy of Josephus that we have that could potentially have it, and then we can look at the first time that it gets mentioned by anybody. All right.
Okay, so
these are two ways. But listen. God damn it, John. Listen. Both of these ways, both are the interpolated version. One is found in the 10th or 11th century. I think it might be the 11th century. Someone pointed out that it might have been the 11th. But that is in Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3. The oldest Greek version we have of that for Josephus, the oldest copy of Josephus himself, Antiquities of the Jews, has the interpolated version in it. Then we can take a look at Demonstratio Evangelica, which is what you talked about earlier from Eusebius, who would have been the first to actually quote it, or the earliest person to quote it, and it also has the interpolated version. We don't have anything that comes out later doesn't matter. That's just nonsense. Like that doesn't make any sense. Someone can change it later. In fact, the only version that we have that is remotely close to like what these scholars say might be like the original version is something that dates to about the 10th century, written in the 10th century in Arabic, which neither Eusebius wrote or wrote in or knew that he didn't speak that language, and Josephus didn't speak it. It's written in Arabic, and it's specifically for the Arabic people, and it's definitely really late, which these people don't think that Jesus was actually like crucified or anything like that. So very clearly, they're going to alter it and like kind of tone it down a bit. But nevertheless, we don't have anything from any copy of Josephus or any copy of the first person who quotes Josephus that isn't interpolated. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but
the interpolated version is the earliest version that we have in multiple regards.
You mentioned something, the interpolated version. Define interpolated. Define it, please.
Interpolated means, you used the word changed earlier. That's all that interpolated really kind of sort of means, but changed in a particular way. They say, listen, you dumb shit. Listen, changed. You said the word changed. You're meaning interpolated, but you're just using the word changed. Interpolated means they've taken a text and they've added something to it. So whenever these people, these 73% of scholars or whatever you said that it was changed, they're saying it was interpolated. Someone came through and added pieces to it. Interpolated. What I'm saying is it's interpolated. That either the text itself, either the paragraph itself shows up as entirely interpolated, which means added to Antiquities of the Jews, or the paragraph in and of itself, like the content of the paragraph is interpolated into. In other words, someone added things into the paragraph. Obviously, when I'm talking about the interpolated version that the scholars are talking about, I'm talking about the version that they think of. They think of what we have today. Virtually, okay, the majority of scholars believe that the Testimonium Flavianum was interpolated in some sense. Some believe it's the entire paragraph. Others believe it was just pieces of it. Okay. But we don't have any evidence that the paragraph existed in any form without those additions. So when they say, "Oh, I think it was just pieces that were added," we don't have any evidence for it. But we do know that Josephus wouldn't have said it. So what I'm saying here is that based on the earliest evidence that we have, it's just an interpolation. We can't sit there and just say, "Oh, we're going to go through and pick and choose what parts we like and what parts we don't like." I'm not going to I'm not going to sit here and talk to somebody who thinks that you can treat it like a buffet, because there's no evidence that you can provide to what parts are authentic and what parts aren't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, and this is, void of any kind of stylometric research. This is void of any kind of understanding of how the text flows. This is void of anything that's actually written in the table of contents. This is void of anything that actually is quoted by church fathers prior and everything like that. There's a whole bunch of other reasons that I could get into, but void of those, we can't say, and you can't use the Testimonium Flavianum as evidence for Jesus, because the earliest version is the version that all scholars say is fucked up.
All right, which is the first version discovered, or they discovered the version before that?
We don't have, I don't even know what you're saying. What do you mean discovered?
All right. When they found a document that talks about Testimonium Flavianum, okay, when was this discovered? When did this?
What are you talking about? What do you mean a document that talks about it? What do you mean?
My question is straightforward. Okay,
did they? What do you mean a document that talks about it? You mean the Antiquities of the Jews?
Yes. When did
like
they
the text
find
that has it? Okay, so that is the earliest version of it is in the 11th century. We don't have anybody talking about it. Okay, go ahead.
11th century. How do you want to examine something that wasn't discovered yet?
The fuck are you talking about?
If it was discovered in the 11th century and it was mentioned, and you're saying that this mentioned Jesus, or the passage was added, how did they examine it before it was discovered? How did I examine something that never existed before that I just found out? Like today.
What are you talking about? What do you I don't think your elevator stops on all the floors there, John, because very clearly Eusebius mentions something like that, and Eusebius says that we have it, and he gives the wrong version there in the 4th century. Like, he makes a claim about it. What are you asking exactly?
Eusebius said it. Okay, based on what? Based on a discovery of the document, correct?
No. What are you talking about, a discovery? What are you talking about?
Okay, we know there's something called Testimonium Flavianum, right?
Yeah, and the first time we get any mention of it is Eusebius.
Excellent. Okay. So the first time is when Eusebius found it. That's when he told about it.
When Eusebius what?
When Eusebius told us about it, right?
In the 4th century, yeah.
Excellent. So the document that Eusebius was talking about, when was it discovered? In the 11th
What
century?
document? What document?
The Antiquities of the Jews. Okay.
Antiquities of the Jews is written in the 1st century.
Excellent. The 1st century. And then in the 4th century, Eusebius came and he said, there was a passage about Jesus, correct? And he mentioned
yes, Eusebius says there is something in here. Yeah.
Good. So let's follow a timeline now. In the 1st century, it was written.
What was written?
The Antiquities of the Jews.
Okay.
And then in the 4th century, Eusebius said that
there's something in it. Yeah.
Good. So where in between that you are denying this was correct?
What the fuck? It wasn't even English. Rephrase that question.
Okay. Why are you saying that between the time it was written in the 1st century to the time Eusebius talked about it, why are you assuming?
He just get raptured? What?
Oh man, listen.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
I'll come back. I have a work call, man. I have to take this work call. Good.
Yeah. I'm not saying that it was interpolated or changed between the 1st and 4th century. I'm saying that Eusebius fucking did it. Also, I'd like to point out that, yeah, the 4th century is the version, even though it's mentioned in the 4th century, and Eusebius says this isn't what it's in that book, that is the version that 73% of scholars, like he mentioned earlier, says has been altered. So, okay. All right. So, the Song of My People. Yeah. That was weird. That was really weird. Iron Heel says, guess was a waste. Yana says, laugh, 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 laugh. It's me, Gen X says, 56. Oh, wait, what? Oh. Yeah, okay, yeah. He was getting somewhere. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. But, okay. A bunch of laughs, a bunch of laugh face. No, please don't. Is bro at work? I guess so. Diaper accident for sure. And Nicholas Gray says, did he just have an epiphany? Like, oh, shit. Like, oh my God. I think, okay, yeah, I see where you're coming from now. All right. Let's see. Gretchen Z Boots, $6.66. Please credit YouTube Punk for these. Queef, 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 queef. I think, is it, how many is that? How many is that? Okay, hold on. Yeah. That's 19. I think we may have passed it. Or maybe we didn't. That's 10. That's 10. Okay, that's 50. We're now at 60. That's yeah, it's 662. 662, I'm pretty sure. Right? Pretty sure that math is right. Yeah. So we're now at all right. We're now at and then somebody else came in, so that's 663. We now have 663. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. We now have 663, thanks to $2 there from Caesar Tuberous. And then 79 pounds, thank you very much. Or not 79 pounds, 79 pence. Thank you. From Robert Yayani, 3623. Let's see. And then we got, oh my God, about the same time here. Not really sure who exactly came in first. It popped in. We got two. We got two. One from Dr. Ajim, $4.99. Says, well, hell, did I get the ultimate queef, queef, queef? Hashtag queefing for Christ. That's pretty much going to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, the 4. And then 5, 6, 7. Then 6, 7. Okay. So, yes. That has now placed us at, yep, that is, yep. My God. You son of a bitch, you did it. You did it. We have passed the beautiful number 666, and we are now at, that is 58, we are now at 670. Somehow we are at 670 thanks to some of these here. Yes, 670 is where we're at in total. But we did hit 666, everybody. And I believe Dr. Jim was the one who actually did that. That's pretty impressive. Hey, here's one more tweak to grow on, but I know what you're talking about. Way to go, guys. Look at that. Dr. Jim brought us to 666, the mark of the queef. We've somehow hit 666 of those. It has been a wild ride. I hope that we are done. Please, for the love of God.
Oh, shit.
Anyways, next goal 1,000. Hell, Nero. Oh, no. Anyways. Yo, how can I talk with you live? From Adrian of Christ, $1.99. Click the link that's in the chat. Click the link that's in the chat there. I'll put it in there. It takes you over to TikTok. And if you have a TikTok, you can come on up and you just request up and I'll bring you up. If you don't have a TikTok or something, you can just like put your question or you can like put what you're going to say there in, or your evidence or something like that. Or just call me an idiot there in the super chat and I'll read it out loud. The word of the week is dummy. So if you can call me a dummy, that'd be pretty nice. Anyways, you ban all future ones. That's got to be prophetic. It's got to be. Jared, have you tried watching the History Channel though? Like, what does it even mean? Like, I don't even know what he was getting at. Like, I sincerely don't even know what he was getting at. 100%. I have no idea what he was getting at. No idea. No ban. Heady artist. What you got, buddy?
Oh man, I did an experiment I thought you might think was kind of fun. I took the Evangelion reconstruction and made a prediction. Said that if the Catholic versions or later expansions responding, then the stuff that's in Luke and Catholic Paul, but missing from Marcion, should do a few specific things. Tie Jesus back to Abraham, Moses, David, prophets, Israel. They should, identify Jesus as father with the Creator. Give Jesus a more concrete human and Jewish history, and basically the same thing with Paul, and tie him to Jerusalem and the other apostles. And that's pretty much what every addition in there does, like one of those four things. There's
so if you take out the things that are like Marcionite in core, like the Marcionite core, then the rest is just like all just like he's a person, he's the Christ, he's connected to the Old Testament, that kind of thing.
Yes. And that's 85% of the time that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then
and the rest might just be like some creative differences or something like that. Yeah.
Right.
I can completely understand like 15% of just like, oh, hey, this is just what like the miracles or the teachings my community wants them to have. Yeah.
Right. An interesting one was like by the way, the prodigal son is not in the Evangelion, which is weird because that would help Marcion's like all good looking father. Like, why would he have not included that story?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a problem there, which I think was, weird.
Well, I mean, Luke, it's a problem not for like us, but it's a problem for like anybody who's trying to say that like Marcion just like took out like you could. I mean, just
exactly.
Adrian, I saw you came up. You were just on mute there for a second until I was done with Hetty. But Adrian, if you want to request up, I could talk to you. We just kind of do one person at a time. But Adrian, if you want to request back up, that's perfectly fine. Go ahead.
Yeah. And Luke, that's basically what happens. You get birth stories, genealogy, David, Abraham, Isaiah fulfillment, Moses and the prophets, Jerusalem, God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. The text, the small, even textual changes, like you were talking about, the just changing things for style even work. Like Marcion has, Lord of Heaven. Luke adds earth. Marcion has Jesus saying, like, no, not one stroke of my words will fall, but Luke changes it to the law will fall. But I did the same thing with Paul, same prediction, same result. Catholic material in Galatians makes Christians descendants of Abraham, Christ, Abraham, promised seed. Roman adds a ton of Israel, covenant, patriarch Moses, and Jerusalem. Colossians explicitly makes Christ the agent of creation. But there was a problem. I thought, well, that could go both ways. Maybe the Catholics added this stuff, but maybe Marcion just deleted it, contradicted his theology, flipped it around, and I took if Marcion really took Luke and cut everything out that didn't fit his theology, what should he have deleted that he left in? And that's where there's a lot of shit that doesn't make sense. Jesus healed the leper told the leper to make an offering to Moses commanded. That's still an evangelion. Ask what's written in the law, approves an answer from Deuteronomy, basically says do this and you'll live. Uses David as an authoritative example. John fulfills Malachi, Moses and Elijah still in the transfiguration. Daughter of Abraham. Lazarus goes to Abraham. Abraham tells the rich that Moses and the prophets are enough. And Jesus still eats Passover. So there's still a lot of stuff in there that would have problems with Marcion's theology.
To some extent, I think having him in there isn't necessarily disagreeing with his theology too terribly much. It's just that he's viewing it in a different way. Like, for instance, the transfiguration is just so weird anyways. Just to have, so the way that, like, for instance, my co-author, Matthew, which, by the way, haven't plugged the book or anything, but yeah, Christ Before Jesus, by the way, if you can check it out, it's $3 for the ebook. The link's in the bio and on the YouTube profile if you're interested in the book. But my co-author, he says that he thinks the transfiguration is more of a like a brokering, like a deal kind of thing.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
So if Jesus is going to die so that humans can trust in this new God and be under a new covenant, then he's going to talk to the representatives of Yahweh in order to try to come up, kind of make sure that this is actually what's going to happen. And then he's nervous about what's going to happen and stuff like that there in the garden, and he prays about it, and then
that's kind of my point too, though. Like, Marcionites left that in; they just interpreted it a different way.
Yeah, that's the thing. They just exactly. They leave these. Cut it out, they have these things in, but it's just it's not that they leave it in.
Yeah,
it's that it's in there. It's just interpreted a different way.
They have to interpret it. If Marcion was really cutting all this stuff out, why leave that in?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and so I thought it was a really you really notice a whole pattern throughout, that everything that's added has to do with, Jesus is connected with Israel. He was an actual living person with brothers and sisters, all of that. But, I thought it was really interesting. It's kind of cool because you can make a prediction helps with a model. So
it's actually really cool. Yeah. I mean, we would happen to agree with a lot of what you're saying and what you're finding there. Obviously, it's lining up with Marcionite priority.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought it was a cool little experiment just off the top of my head. I think actually I ended up reading that Badun later kind of came to the same conclusion.
Yeah.
Evangelion doesn't really look like a gospel that somebody went through and cleaned up to make properly Marcionite.
Yeah,
it's more that Marcionism developed with it and made their translations or their doctrine from that. So yeah, it was an interesting little.
Definitely a big W to Heady Artist. As I always point out, he is the host of Divergent States. Divergent States, everybody. Divergent States is on YouTube, right? It's on YouTube and on Spotify.
Yeah, get some. The podcast comes out just RSS feed onto YouTube. We had some video clips and stuff, but nice. Spotify, Apple Podcast, all that stuff. So
that is pretty cool, man.
Dr. Jim, queef it away.
Oh my God. Anyways, let's see, Adrian. Oh, let me send you an invite to unmute there.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Doing good, man. What you got? Sorry for the delay there. Talking to some friends there who are doing some really good research. But what you got?
Nothing much. So I'm curious because I really don't know your like where you're coming from. Like, do you believe in God? Do you not believe in God as in
What does that have to do with the topic?
So it's just to get a little bit of background, but if you don't, we can skip those questions if you want.
Okay.
All right, we'll skip them. So I'm curious. You had pointed out, like, dude, I don't know nothing as far as nothing as far as like all the things you talked about with I don't know his name, but y'all were going back and forth about I don't even know those words, theologians and crazy words I don't know how to say.
Okay.
And y'all brought up a lot of like facts and arguments about somebody's philosophy or whatever he had said, and that confused me. I don't know nothing about that, but y'all were talking about evidence. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? And I just want to ask you, like, is there anything that we know of that the humans know of that we don't have evidence of, like physical evidence of? Is because that's what you're looking for, right? Physical evidence.
I mean, any kind of evidence. I mean, what kind of evidence do you have?
Well, I don't know. I'm not really here to argue. I just want to ask a couple questions as far as that. But what I was thinking is just when we think, right? We can talk to ourselves in our heads, no? Like
We're looking for evidence that Jesus or Paul existed in history, man. We're not talking about like in our thoughts. So what you got?
Yeah. So I'll just cut to the chase. If we cut open our heads, we're not gonna find voices, words, memories. We're just gonna find, our brain, right? There's no physical evidence of things happening in our brain other than what's happening, how we see it, if that makes sense. You see what I'm saying?
I'm going to keep it real with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't. We're trying to talk about history here, and you're over here talking about lobotomies and shit. Like, just come on, man. What's the evidence that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago?
Well, I found Jesus not too long ago.
That's fine. Did you find his remains and date them to 2,000 years ago? Because we're talking about 2,000 years ago. I don't care if you think that Jesus healed you, saved you, or jerked you off yesterday. It doesn't matter. Okay. Like, what is the evidence that he existed 2,000 years ago? Because that's what the New Testament says.
Okay, so if I say that Jesus is real, I saw him in heaven, which I did not see him in heaven.
Okay, unless that's 2,000 years ago, I don't care if you saw him. Cool, awesome. He's alive today. Woo, praise him. But I'm talking about whether or not he existed 2,000 years ago, like the New Testament says. What is your evidence for that?
Okay, so before you kick me off, I don't have evidence for that, but
okay, so do you believe that he did exist 2,000 years ago?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what evidence convinced you of it? Surely you don't go around believing things without evidence.
Nah, absolutely.
Okay, not. So then what evidence was presented that he existed 2,000 years ago? Because it's really weird that you say, I don't believe things without evidence, and also I believe this and I don't have evidence for it. Okay, you believe that he existed 2,000 years ago. You said you don't have evidence, but then you also told me that you don't believe things without evidence.
I got you. I see what you're saying. So I had started to pray around a few years ago.
Again, this doesn't have anything to do with 2,000 years ago. Unless you are a scientist, a paleologist, or maybe like I don't know, like some kind of archaeologist or something like that. Like it's not going to get us anywhere.
All right. So can I just say something for 1 minute straight, maybe 30 seconds?
No, we're going to talk about the history of Jesus. You said that you believe that he existed 2,000 years ago. You also said you don't believe things without evidence. So what evidence convinced you?
Can I tell you the evidence?
That convinced you that he lived 2,000 years ago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you don't, you are free to give it, but it better be specifically about how you know he existed in the desert 2,000 years ago, and not about something about how he changed your life or something like that. That doesn't have anything to do with anything. That's not the topic. So please continue. You have the floor, but make sure it's on topic. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I guess you can kick me off here in a minute, but
sounds good. I'll go ahead and just cut to the chase then. All right. Yeah, this is historical channel, not gospel radio. He prayed, got bubble guts, and thought it was Jesus. Yeah, that's basically it. Like, honestly, dude, like, I will give you the floor if you're not just talking about nonsense. And I knew you were going to talk about nonsense because you said you can kick me. That's not a good start. If I tell you exactly what we're looking for here on this show and you said, well, you can remove me, that's you saying you're not going to give us what we're looking for on this show. But What we are looking for on the show is evidence for Jesus or Paul. So if you've got it, come on up. If you're a Bible-believing Christian, you should be busting your ass to get up here and give us evidence for Jesus 2,000 years ago. 1 Peter 3:15 says, always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect. Do it. 1 Peter 3:15 says you should be prepared always to give a reason. Always. If you don't come up here and give me evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago, you're going to let God down. And when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy. Twice. Same puppy. Save the puppy. Save it. Save the puppy. Save the puppy. Look it up. God unalives a puppy. It's in the book of 2 Samuel. I don't make the rules. I don't break the rules. I don't make the rules. I don't break the rules. Come on up. Save the puppy. Give us evidence for Jesus or Paul. Hashtag save the puppy. Save that puppy. You know, one of these days, I wonder if Bree has a puppy. Because I don't have dogs. But like if somebody has like a puppy or something, be like, oh, look at this cute little puppy, and I can actually hold it up or whatever, be like, save the puppy, and I can actually have like something that I'm holding that helps encourage people to come up here and give evidence to save the puppy. Obviously, we're not gonna have the puppy twice, but it's a visual. It's a visual media there. I don't. Okay, Bree doesn't have a puppy. Well, I can't change it to cats. Not after 2 Samuel very clearly stated it was puppies. Oh, man. Yeah, that's honestly, that's what it needs to be. Like, that's honestly what it needs to be. If you are near to me, bring a puppy by, and I'll hold it up whenever I encourage the Christians to come up here. Be like, guys, look at this. You got to come up here. You got to give me evidence for Jesus or Paul. Why?
In the arms of the angel.
Anyways, let's see. Will you accept dogs, like full dogs? Maybe, just maybe. You want an excuse to play with a puppy? Maybe. All right. All right, if you got any evidence, come on up. The request button should be right about there, or down there. They're on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat. You can come on up. Hold up a sack with something wriggling inside. Oh my god. This senior Chihuahua pit bull mix. Oh my god. Wow. Is that a thing? I assume it's a thing.
Hello. Hi. Thank you for letting me up.
Hey, what you got for us?
I was going to ask you about that donkey picture where there's like a dude with a donkey face being crucified. What's that about? Do you know anything about that?
Let me see here. I think
Possibly the Romans were making fun of Jesus and they drew that picture. Some donkey on a cross. I'm high, dude. And has anybody still not proven you wrong, or?
Well, I'm trying to pull up the picture here for you.
Has anybody proven you wrong yet?
Oh, me? No, no. Why?
Who's us?
Me and my co-author.
Oh, I thought you were like they them.
I'm not. Let's see here.
I mean, I really wasn't gonna try to come up, but just for like.
So, are you just asking like what it means?
No, was it Jesus? Was it the proof of Jesus? I don't give a shit about Jesus, but I'm just trying to prove you wrong. I mean, that's the whole point of this place. You know? Maybe if someone drew a picture of Jesus making fun of him, like a comic, like a strip, and they put a donkey face on him, and they said,
Well, it
here
doesn't
is.
say that it's Jesus anywhere in there.
Oh, so who are they drawing? Just some random donkey guy? Wasn't like a donkey god out like back in the day, and
Well, I mean, people
Jesus was a donkey god.
people would put animals on the heads of humans and stuff like that all the time. That was just kind of a common trope. I mean,
Dex, I'm
animals
not.
doing human things have been around for a long time.
Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Okay, well, thanks a lot, sir. I hope you do your best today, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like the Cowboys?
No. I mean, they're all right.
Yeah. All right. All right. All right. Bye.
All right, not a problem. All right. What you got over here? King 3D Spicoli.
My apologies. You've been in my pocket. I appreciate you.
There's so much lint down here.
No, but since I'm here, does Jesus qualify as a Greek god? Made by Marcion and Sinope? Sinope is part of Greece?
Well, see, if he's the child of Serapis, Serapis was never really adopted into the Greek pantheon, and he's Greco-Egyptian. If anything, I would say that he's one of them bastard-ass Roman gods. Yeah,
Cool.
like AJ every day
Okay.
says, yeah, Roman. I would say he's more of a Roman god. What was that?
That was a door, sorry.
Oh, okay. Anyways.
Yeah, you're good. Do your thing. I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you very much. Time to put me back in your pocket. All right. Let's see. $1.99 from INRI Disciple says there are only 3 proponents of Christ myth theory. Who is that? Me, Richard Carrier, and my co-author? what are you talking about? CBJ, Richard Carrier, and Everlasting Godstopper? Like, what the fuck? What do you mean 3 proponents? There's more than 3 in this chat alone. Yeah, like, what are you talking about? Yeah, Robert Price, CBJ. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, Emily Neptune. Yeah, you got a heady artist. Like, what is happening? Fucking. Let's see. Well, technically, through technicality, I'm claiming Monodic Sphere. I'm claiming them. Durango Soul says I'm a proponent for Christ mythicism. I don't know what's going on. Couldn't tell you.
Hey, man. Hey.
Otto, Kumpus. What
Hey.
not today?
Good. Here's
Gu.
a piece of.
Snaga du norsk?
Here's a piece. I know how Peace is good and what's about.
Very nice.
Thank
I
you.
didn't understand a word of that, but very nice. That was weird. If anyone's got any evidence, not a single note was hit properly. I mean, it wasn't like, it just kind of sounded like some kind of lo-fi punk music or something. See, that's what you do. That's what you do. If you want to sing but you're not a good singer, you just call it punk and just kind of do whatever. That's the spirit of punk, if you think about it. It's even more punk if you hate on the punk bands who can actually sing.
Hey, you lied, bro.
Okay.
It says Alexamenos worships his god, and it was a mockery about this Roman guy who worshipped Jesus.
Where does it say that it's Jesus?
Who else was a god on a cross?
Well, how do you know it's on a
Roman
cross?
time. I think I just fucking proved you wrong. With that's an image of Jesus, and they were mocking him because
Jesus had a donkey head?
he rode on a donkey, and the whole thing
Why
about
why would they randomly connect those stories together?
who else is a god on a cross?
How do you know it's a cross, like I asked earlier?
I think I got you with this image. Anybody listening, this image got him, guys. That's it. It's over. Game over. Game over. Donkey god on a cross. Look it up.
Donkey god? You worship a donkey
I
god?
don't worship Jesus. Fuck Jesus.
Man, that didn't go the way I thought it would. It didn't go the way I thought it would at all. All right, anyways. Nah, even if it is Jesus, cool, it's in the 3rd century. Doesn't really mean anything. All right. Oh my God! All right, $2.79 Canadian from I believe that is Nike Gravies. Nike Gravies. I don't know, it must be French. It says new book win, Queefer McQueeferson. So I like how you guys are still on this Q train here. Ridiculous. But still, I would say, we're working on it. We are working. We're trying. We're trying our best, guys. We're really trying. We're really trying. Oh, thank you. Oh, well, yeah, that's from I got some water and then the juice from yesterday there. But anyways, but what is feeding time? Thank you, by the way. Thank you. Feeding time. That's funny. Oh, and Bree says hi. I don't know if you heard that, but she said hi. All right. Here comes the Q train. Wow, my God. We are working on it. We're trying to get the book out as fast as possible. We're trying. We're trying. We're giving it a shot. We're giving it the old college try here. We've got a wild Emily Neptune has appeared.
Hey, I should not be on. I missed my ADHD medication.
Uh-oh.
You're asking about the Lolcats Bible previously?
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about?
Do you want me to read Genesis 1?
Oh no. Is this the Gen Z Bible or whatever?
Oh hi! In the beginning, Ceiling Cat made to skies and to earths, but he no eated them. The earth has no shapes and has dark face, and Ceiling Cat rode invisible bike over the waters. At first, sorry, I can't. I should.
I don't know what that is, but I would like for it to stop.
It is the Lolcats translation by Ulysses Press.
Oh, what the hell? What is this supposed to be? Like what? What are they? What are they trying to do? The lolcat? Like what? What?
You're my age. You should know what lolcats is.
Maybe I'm not your age. I don't know. Maybe I'm a boomer.
Has cheeseburger.
Well, okay, I know what that is, but like,
well,
I guess this is what it is. This is.
Oh, it's so cringe.
This is. I mean, all right, we're moving on. Thank you very much, Emily Neptune, everybody. Emily Neptune, when's the next time you're going live?
I don't go live.
So never?
Basically.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
This
maybe
is what happens when I don't take my meds.
Understandable. Well, don't take your meds and go live for us one day. That'd be awesome. Actually, no, I can't tell you that.
dangerous.
Legally, I've got to tell you, you got to take your meds. You got to take your meds. Take your meds and then go live. Try that.
Okay, thanks Tyrone for the cats.
Yes, that is Emily Neptune, everybody. Thanks, Emily. She's awesome. Okay. Not really sure exactly how to pronounce that name, but what you got
Just
for us?
outside.
Oh, Oakside. Okay, yeah. Oakside Ian. Yeah, I think.
Hey, I'm gonna try my best. So, God help me.
Try your best to what?
Prove that Jesus and Paul existed.
Oh.
Right. That's what you're asking, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, Jesus and Paul built the church, right?
What? What are you talking
Jesus and Paul built the church. The church of Jesus and Paul. Is that a thing? Or do you disagree with that?
Well, obviously, I don't think they existed, so I can't tell you that they built the church. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, that's my claim, right?
Okay, let's substantiate it.
Okay. So, in a way to conceptualize this, Walmart, right? The founder of Walmart, did he exist?
Considering the fact that we have pictures and videos of
Walmart's?
Sam Walton, yeah.
Yes, right. So, therefore, I'm saying Walmart's existing proves that Walmart must have existed.
What? So
I'm saying that Walmart's
exists,
is
therefore the
evidence
founder
that
of Walmart.
the founder of Walmart existed.
Okay.
So the Church of Jesus and Paul exists today, therefore evidence that they existed.
Oh, okay. So there's also a church, by the way, that specifically, or like a church really, but there is a religion based off of Zeus.
Right.
There's also a religion based off of Lord Xenu.
Yeah, which is evidence that somebody existed to create that, right?
Oh, okay. So someone existed to create Jesus, Paul. Got it. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Anything
that
else?
doesn't mean whether or not what they claim is true.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So someone existed to create the characters Jesus and Paul.
Yeah. So I'm proving that they existed.
No.
Not what they're saying is true.
No.
That's a whole different
No,
question.
you're at best what you've done is you've somehow proven that people write stories about them. And that I'm gonna agree with you on that.
The Church of Jesus and Paul still exists today, just like Walmart's exist today.
We don't
So
have
that
any
is
evidence that they were founded by them. We have evidence that they were founded by people who were writing the books or reading the books or believing in the books.
Right, but they all point to
Sweet.
them
So
saying
you know how you
founded
just said that the existence of a religion that worships Zeus is evidence that someone created Zeus. Cool. So
Yes.
the existence of a church that worships Jesus or acknowledges Jesus and Paul is evidence that someone created Jesus and Paul. I'll use the exact same logic.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, sweet. So someone created Jesus and Paul. They were not real people. Bingo. All right. Anything else?
Well, that's like saying someone created a
Zeus.
story fabricating that the founder of Walmart is not a real person.
Okay.
Like
Well,
that-
I mean, you
that's
can. I
illogical.
mean, they could say, I could make a story right now that said that the founder of Walmart was actually Paul Bunyan.
Sure.
Doesn't mean it's true.
But that doesn't make it true or false.
Exactly. So how did you determine
How do
that it
we
was
find
true or
out
false
if
when
it's true or false?
Yeah, evidence. Evidence is how.
Which is a
So,
whole different. Yeah,
sweet.
right.
So evidence is
exactly.
how. So how did you determine? What evidence did you use to determine that the stories that say that Jesus and Paul created the churches or founded these churches was actually true? What evidence? Now we can get into the meat and the potatoes. What evidence?
People's testimony of it.
Okay,
right?
sweet. So give me one person's testimony that says that they were there to see Paul or Jesus, like they knew him personally. Either one.
All of the apostles.
Sweet. Name me an apostle that we have a testimony from.
I mean, it was handed out by word of mouth before it was written.
Okay, so we don't have any testimony from eyewitnesses like the apostles?
Well, what is a testimony to you? Is it eyewitness?
Eyewitness
by word of
testimony,
mouth, or
that's
is it
what a testimony is. Yep.
historical document written?
I don't mind if it's an historical document as long as it's a copy from an eyewitness or someone saying that they were there. So what do we got?
Right.
What do we got?
John, Luke, Mark, and Matthew. They're
Sweet.
all
So Mark
four.
and Luke are not actual disciples, and Matthew never says it's written by Matthew, and John never says it's written by John.
Mark and Luke are followers of disciples. They were the
Cool. Now, where in Mark and Luke does it say it's written by Mark and Luke? Yeah. You open that door.
I mean, it's literally claiming that this is the testimony of Mark and Luke. Is
Oh, what verse does it say that? I'll pull it up.
But in the title, when it says Mark,
in the title
and Luke,
that wasn't on the original manuscripts? That one?
they are attributing it to Mark and Luke. Are they?
Who's they? Irenaeus in
people who
180,
wrote
because that's the first time that Mark is actually
the
attributed.
people who wrote down their testimonies.
No.
Right?
No.
The scribe that wrote down their testimonies
No.
said, this is who gave me this testimony, Mark and Luke.
And that is not even remotely close to true. The first time that Matthew,
By
Mark, Luke,
giving
and John...
them the title of the book.
No, not at all. The first time those titles are placed on them is in 180s by Irenaeus. That would be 150 years after Jesus supposedly died. So no, they're not the scribes
Which is,
of either
in my
of these people.
opinion, even more proof that it's
Somebody
true,
came up with it?
because
Yeah.
even hundreds of years after,
That's a good point. Yeah,
they're
so
attributing it to
let's see. How long ago? Sam Walton, he died in 1992. So if I write a book right now that says, oh, hey, the founder of Walmart was actually Paul Bunyan, that means that, hey, look at that.
you
There's a
existed
book.
and you wrote a book.
Yeah, cool.
About Paul
So
Bunyan.
Irenaeus,
Doesn't
who was
mean what
born
you're
in
claiming in that book is
Irenaeus,
true, though.
born in 130,
That's a whole
right?
different question, my dude.
Okay. Irenaeus, born in 130, who wrote in 180, said that the Gospels were named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Prior to that, we do not have names attached to them. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We do not have anybody saying that this is the Gospel of Mark.
Well, that's funny because in Matthew, he literally says all the names of the apostles.
Is Mark and Luke in there?
No, because
Yeah,
they were
because they're not
followers
apostles.
of one of those
Cool.
original.
Sweet. And also, by the way,
Luke
in Matthew, it calls one particular disciple Matthew, and in all the other Gospels, it calls him Levi. That's really strange. But nevertheless, it never says if it's written by Matthew.
Okay, so you're telling me the book of John is not John's testimony of Jesus?
Correct. It never says it is.
The title says John.
The title is not
On it.
given until the 180s.
Yeah, but in the 180s, they're attributing that testimony to John.
Correct.
Hundreds of years later.
Yeah, it's almost as if
Yeah.
that's not a good argument. You can't say, oh, hey, he wrote it
What do
when
you-
we don't show up with any kind of names until over 100 years later.
Yeah, that's like actually like what a miraculous thing that they were like, hey,
Oh, okay. So you
let's
believe in
make sure
magic.
we
Okay, cool.
attribute
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, at the end of the text, it actually says we, as in like multiple authors. So no, it actually tries to address the authorship debacle there at the end of the text. It actually tells you that it's not written by a disciple. Where'd he go? I don't know what happened to him. No idea there. So we're just going to have to move on to somebody else. I don't know what's going on. And I guess he just left. I don't know, he's like stopped in the middle of his... I don't know what. I think it was bad connection or something. All right. Trying to bring up some people here. We got, is it Paget?
Yeah.
Hey, what you got, man?
All right. So you're asking for like proof he was alive, correct? Jesus?
Yep.
All right. So,
What is happening right now? Did he hop off the app? Like what the fuck was all that about? Is he off the app? Like what happened there? Okay, now you're back. Okay, Paget, we can't hear you when you're off the app, so go ahead and just give the evidence.
yeah, I'm going to get back on. I'm going to sign into my Wi-Fi. I'm sorry. I don't got good data. I'll be right back on. I apologize. Please
Okay.
accept me because I'll prove this to you.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. All right. In the meantime, Norbert, what's going on, Norbert? Norbert, you're there? Gotta unmute there, buddy. What the hell is that? All right, so Norbert's not connected. We got Mahab, who's off the app. Norbert's not unmuting. What the hell is going on? Now we got Josh. Josh, what you got, Josh? Go ahead and unmute there.
I don't know how this happened. No clue. I just popped up. Sorry about that.
Well, did you have evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. I just enjoy watching you. That's all.
Ah, gotcha.
I really appreciate what you do. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thanks for coming up, man. Thanks. Mahab, if you're there, I'd like to hear from you. I don't know what's going on here. I have no idea what's going on. INRI Disciple over there on YouTube. If you're still over there, I'd like to hear who you think the 3 proponents for Christ myth theory are. Because you said there are only 3 proponents. Where are you getting this number? I wanted to hear Norbert. I wanted to hear Norbert too, but he never unmuted like a crazy person. Maybe we should put a butt dial on the board. That'd be funny. There are a dozen of us. Dozens. I don't know what's going on. Does anybody have any evidence? Looking for evidence of Jesus and Paul. Tell us about your book. Okay. Well, the book. Me and my data science co-partner, we go over the Greek New Testament, and we try to figure out when it was written. We compare it not only with itself, but with other texts in Greek from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century CE and the 1st century BCE, as well as some from the 4th. And we find out that it was actually written in the 2nd century, as opposed to the 1st century. And then we end up with these particular results, like Jesus and Paul never existed, from the understanding that it is written in the 2nd century. So there you go. The ebook is just $3. The name of the book is Christ Before Jesus. The ebook is just $3. The link is in my bio here on TikTok. It's on Amazon, or on the link on the YouTube profile. And if you want to come up, you can click the link that's in the TikTok. Or sorry, you can click the. I think it's now way up here now. I think they moved it. But anyways, there's a request button here on TikTok if you want to come up and give evidence for Jesus or Paul. Or if you're on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat. It'll take you over to TikTok, and you can request up. But yeah, it's just $3 for the book. So yeah, someone says, I can almost guarantee you Mohab's evidence is about 500 years too late. Yeah, I can't hear Mohab. Mohab, if you're there, I can't hear you. You're going to have to like disconnect and request back up. I don't know why what's happening is happening. Yes, there's also a website from Gray Eyes, my friend over there on TikTok. It is mythicism.web.app, and it goes over a lot of this information, a ton of it, a ton of information on there. and not just the stuff that I talk about here, but other stuff as well. And it goes over a lot of different things there for mythicism. Egg butt in the TikTok chat says, "Would you accept the truth, fellow human?" What a weird thing to say. When will he add lore to your cowboy hats? That's scary. Proto Gleason? So, that's strange. Man, I don't understand any of these comments. There's some comments coming through that I don't even understand them. Let me check out the live chat really quick on YouTube. Probably gonna regret this. Alabama leprechaun has more documented eyewitnesses than Jesus' resurrection. Jesus Christ. Then someone said, Christ is Lord. He is the Son of God. Add the Holy Cross. Save your soul. Lost lamp. I think that meant lamb. Opinions on James Tabor. It's fine, I guess. Bible is just an allegory. Praying in Jesus' name is idolatry. Are you a believer or just looking for a reason for this topic? Man, there's a whole lot of people on YouTube that are just kind of saying whatever. That's the thing about YouTube is that it's the Wild West. All right, we've got Sean Alexander. Looks like he's kind of got a cross there in his profile picture. It also kind of looks like he's got the All American Rejects logo, but I don't think it is. What's he got there?
I like All American Rejects.
Oh,
Real quick, first off, I do want to say I appreciate your platform and everything. I did read your book,
okay.
so I'm gonna be short because I'm still at work, so I'm trying to like sneak in a live chat, if you know what I mean. Where do you think, like, because I want to reread it and I don't want to misinterpret you or anything, but where do you think the best evidence for Jesus' non-existence in your book? Because I read it and it's a lot to unpack, because I do think you ask like really good questions and you have good arguments, but I just don't see how it warrants like non-existence versus just like, this text needs more scrutiny or like later interpolations or anything like that.
Well, the contradictions and anachronisms just show that the guy who's presented there is just not real. I mean, the problem is that if you want Jesus to be a real person in some regard, you've got to carve out Jesus from the New Testament and tell me which Jesus you're talking about. That's the problem.
So you're saying like just like the historical, like actual person, right? Not like the miracles and none of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'll even, like I said, I'll grant you like some of the arguments, like some of the things you say is like true. I just don't see why we can't, like, why is non-existent the best alternative versus like, okay, clearly this has been edited. Like this is like for example, I know you use like the George Washington example. You upgraded it to a Lamborghini, nice, and then you say, okay, but we have contemporaries. Now let's just say for the sake of argument, that story did not have contemporaries of George Washington. Is it like, I'm not saying, and I want to make this clear, I'm not saying that Jesus not existing is impossible. I'm saying why is that like the best option on the table versus like other alternatives?
If there's a story about George Washington driving a Lamborghini,
mm-hmm.
we can tell that version of George Washington didn't exist. And if we didn't have anything else to show us that he actually did exist in a different form, then our default position should be he didn't exist unless proven otherwise. And so
but I
at
mean,
the very least, we should say Jesus didn't exist unless proven otherwise. That's why I'm saying if there was evidence that came out that shows that this is actually based on someone, that's great.
Right.
But we don't have that. And the Jesus that's presented to us can't exist because there's problems like Lamborghinis and George Washington. So Jesus did not exist unless proven otherwise. That's the point. And that that is literally the stance that we have on all fictional characters, all of them.
Yeah, no, I get you on that. I mean, I would disagree because I would say even if like that story, like obviously the Lamborghini part is a later, someone added that in there obviously because Lamborghinis came out whatever year. Like I would grant.
No, I'm not
that,
saying that
it's
it's added. It's just that it's anachronistic. So where are you disagreeing?
Yeah.
What with what that I have said are you disagreeing?
No, I'm saying I think again, I'm not putting it off the table. I'm just saying I don't think jumping to non-existence is the best option.
No,
I'm
that's
not
just
saying
the starting
it's off
point.
the table.
It's the starting point. Because
Gotcha.
if the only text that we have for somebody is filled with anachronisms, then that's indicative of fiction. And unless we are proven otherwise that it's nonfiction, we should assume that it is fiction from the get-go. I don't want anybody to think that Jesus existed unless proven otherwise. I don't want anybody to think Harry Potter or Luke Skywalker existed unless proven otherwise. That's dumb, and that's going to get us into a whole bunch of trouble. Because we should believe as many true things as possible and stop believing false things. And at the very least, set things aside if we don't have evidence. So we should approach Luke Skywalker, Harry Potter, Clifford the Big Red Dog, Bob the Builder, Paul Bunyan, and Jesus all the same way. They are fictional characters in a story that we do not have any evidence for, but if we found evidence for them at some time in the future, maybe things can change.
Yeah. No, I mean, so I would like to backtrack a bit, and I don't want to stay on that topic too long, but when you're comparing it to like Harry Potter, like clearly we know who wrote Harry Potter.
Yes.
We know where Harry Potter came from.
And Marcion starts the Gospels. Cool. Awesome. What else you got?
Right. So I'll grant you that, but again, I don't know how that jumps to therefore Jesus does not exist versus like
we know. You literally just said we know who wrote Harry Potter. You use that as an argument to justify saying that Harry Potter didn't exist. We know who came out with the first gospel. I'm going to use the exact same logic you just used.
Right.
So based on the fact that we know who comes out with the first gospel, we can say that he didn't exist. That justifies it. I'm going to use the same
but it doesn't
logic.
because we know the genre of Harry Potter is clearly fiction. I don't
And
think
the genre of Jesus is clearly fiction. What the fuck are you talking about? The gospel is filled with miracles and shit. I have, by the way, no. Listen. You can't, because if all you want to do is just talk about the natural Jesus, and if we're truly comparing it to Harry Potter, we're adding back in the magic. Because if you want to compare it to Harry Potter, and say, okay, well, we know that this is, well, you got to take out all the magic. You take out all the magic from Harry Potter. How do you know it's not real?
Okay, let's
take out all the. I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes.
Take out all the magic from Harry Potter. How did you determine he's not real?
Because it's written by what's the author name?
J.K. Rowling. Because we know who the author is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Take out all the magic from the gospel. It's still written by Marcion. What do you got?
Okay, but we're not. But
so how did you determine he was real and Harry Potter's not?
Because historians don't look at Harry Potter in historical text the same, though.
Yeah, I know. Because religion, because there's an actual religion surrounding this fictional story, it gets its own fucking department. They don't treat it like they treat the classics. In fact, the text like the Odyssey, the Bacchae, the Iliad, these kind of things, these were considered religious texts at one point in time. People were literally buried with them. All right. These were things that talked about their gods that they absolutely believed in, some more than others. But nevertheless, it was part of a religion at one point in time. We just call it mythology and put it into its own category, the classics.
Okay.
because it doesn't have a massive religion behind it. But currently, right now, there's a whole bunch of people who believe a fictional story. Like back then, a whole bunch of people believed a fictional story. Now we have people who believe a different fictional story. And it's not mythology. It's not the classics. It's its own department. It's special because in this magical story, we've got a big religion that says we believe this guy actually existed. So we give them a pass. That's how that works. The null hypothesis, just as much as Odysseus, should be that Jesus did not exist unless proven otherwise, because we do not have any evidence that, based on the evidence that has been presented so far, we can dismiss it all because it's garbage. It doesn't. We can see the problems with it. All right, based on the tools that we have today, we can determine that everything that points to Odysseus so far doesn't actually give us evidence. Everything that points to Jesus does not actually give us evidence. So please,
I got you. So
please,
no, I'm being respectful.
I know, but you need to realize that the difference between religion and mythology, or a religious story and mythology, is just how big or how current the religion that believes in it is.
But to be fair, I granted you that the possibility of Jesus being non-existent is not off the table. I'm just saying, why is that the best alternative versus like a real person?
Because the stories
but lady,
we have
but,
don't line up with
okay,
history.
But hold up. But I'm saying, but what if someone? Okay, so example, like let's, for sake of argument, it could be possibly that they have a real person, and then later, I forgot the terminology, but it's like.
So are you saying it's
legend,
possible? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, let's say, just for sake of argument, there was a person named Jesus, just for sake of argument, and then later on, they added all this. They added the interpolations and all that stuff. I'm saying,
cool. Then the one that's from the
I-
New Testament still didn't exist. You're also, this is a hypothetical. See,
Right, that's fine.
see,
I'm
this
just-
is why these dog shit arguments don't get anywhere, because you
Why-
created
why-
because you created
Hold
a
on, hold on,
hypothetical.
hold on.
You
Like,
created the
respectfully,
hypothetical.
Bro, I'm trying
calling
to have
it
a
dog shit
conversation.
because
I'm trying.
listen,
You don't have to
Sean,
cuss though, bro. Like, we're
Sean,
talking.
shut the fuck up for like 10 seconds. You keep saying the same shit. You keep trying to say that there is some possibility of Jesus existing. You're just coming up with hypotheticals. If that was the case, if we did have evidence of a guy that these stories were heaped upon, then sure, we could say that Jesus existed. But until we have that, we're not going to say it. That's how that works. I am 100% open to the idea of there being some dude that all these stories were heaped upon. But do we have evidence of that guy? No. Is he anything like the text? No, because the text is literally impossible. So, nah, man, like, that's not how that works.
All right. Okay. All right. I gotta get back to work.
Do you see what I'm saying? That a hypothetical doesn't suddenly make it
No,
like,
I'm not saying.
oh, we can go that way.
Right. No, I hear you, bro. One thing I like, just hear me out, and then I'll let the next person go. I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying it's not off the table. I just don't think it's the best logical conclusion to jump to. I think, if anything, hey, we should.
The logical conclusion is something that is based in hypothetical and we don't have evidence for? We shouldn't follow evidence? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying.
Okay,
that,
then
bro.
why are you saying
Just hear me out.
that?
Just hear me out. I'm saying.
Then tell me how you got to what you feel like is the best logical conclusion. Why do you feel like that's the best logical conclusion?
That's what I'm saying. So
What?
I'm saying I don't know the best logical conclusion, but I would say
The best
okay, if
logical
there's a
conclusion of a story that is historically impossible is that it didn't happen.
No, you could say, okay, maybe this needs to be under scrutiny more. Maybe there's later interpolation. Maybe
Sean,
authorship. All these.
Yes or no? The best logical conclusion for a story that is impossible is that it did not happen, right?
I can't agree to that, man, because we're not talking about a story.
What the
We're talking
fuck
about
are
a
you
person.
talking about?
We're talking about a person.
But
dude, if you're gonna
what
cuss,
person?
bro,
What
like, hold
person
on,
do
if
you
you're gonna
have
cuss, I'm
outside
not-
of the story? Outside of the story, what do you have?
That's not even the whole.
Outside of
point
the
I was
story,
saying.
what do you have?
Nothing, I guess.
What do you have for
Okay,
Harry
so,
Potter
but-
outside of the books?
Right, we don't.
What do you have for
well,
Harry Potter outside of the books?
We could talk to the author who made.
What
the
do
story,
you have
obviously.
for Harry Potter? Is there any communication about Harry Potter? Is there any anybody claiming Harry Potter prior to the books or outside of someone talking about the books?
No.
Okay, so we're in the same boat. And if Harry Potter is impossible, then our best logical conclusion is that he didn't exist. If the only thing we have on the guy is a story that is impossible, our best logical conclusion is that he's fictional, right?
Yes. Okay. Now, again, the problem is I don't like being cussed at, bro. So respectfully, can
You're
you
not
just tell
being
me?
cussed at. Jesus
You
fucking
did.
Christ,
You
dude.
told me to shut the F up. You told me to shut the F up.
I'm not calling you a bitch. I'm not doing that. I'm
I
using
understand.
language because you are frustrating to talk to. Because you will literally say something and then try to special plead for the Bible. You can
I wasn't
admit
special
that
pleading for the
admit that the most logical conclusion for a character in a book that is impossible in the story, and that's the only way we know about the guy, the logical conclusion is that he didn't exist. So here we have the Bible, here we have the New Testament, and the most logical conclusion should be that this guy didn't exist because the only thing we have to go off of is this story, and it's impossible. But you won't say that because
All right,
it's
well-
special pleading.
Okay, sure. Can you tell me in your book, since I have it, what chapter or like where the definitive source that points you to Jesus didn't exist, so I can just reread it again? Like which chapter? Because I read it and I just want to make sure I'm not.
It's going to be somewhere between chapters 1 and 9.
I mean, that's the whole book.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time, brother.
The struggle Israel. All right, Paget, what you got?
All right, so the proof is basically in the survival of the Bible and the history. You know, like
The what?
The proof of Jesus living 2,000 years ago. That's what you're asking, right?
Mm-hmm.
The proof of that is
Wait. Is your name Greg?
No.
Oh, because you keep talking about proofs, and that's weird.
No, my name is not Greg. You're asking. I mean, I've been listening for a minute. I'm just curious. It just caught my eye.
Okay, well, keep going.
Okay, so I mean, tangible proof is hard to come by 2,000 plus years ago, right? So people and historians, and we go by text accounts, right? That's how we gauge what is, proof and not, right? We kind of take out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to explain this the best I can. We take out. There's no way to prove like tangibly that he lived 2,000 years ago, but the proof is through the Bible, right? And the teaching that has survived 2,000 years ago. You see what I'm saying? The same can be said about like Gabriel and Socrates. It's there's no proof of their existence, but they lived. They're real.
You say Gabriel?
Yeah. History?
Like the angel?
No. Anyway.
What Gabriel are you talking about?
I thought we were talking about Jesus here, so it doesn't really matter. I'm just trying to make a point, right? We're outweighing.
Yeah, and the point you made was weird.
You're asking for proof and evidence.
And so you compared it to an angel?
No.
Who is Gabriel?
Okay, I meant Alexandria and Alexander. Sorry.
That makes
Alexander
sense.
the Great.
Yeah, usually when I think of Alexander, I get confused with the name Gabriel.
I'm not too good at putting. I know what I'm talking about. It's hard to put in words, right? So anyway, when we know they actually existed, but we don't have tangible items or
we do
things of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do.
Well, I mean,
We do
it's
for
hard.
Alexander the Great. We have the Babylonian Astronomical Diary, which mentions his death. It's an actual cuneiform tablet that we can hold.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Well, okay, so I'm saying it's really hard to come by
No, it's not.
2,000 plus years ago.
No, it's not. It's literally a contemporary document or a contemporary piece of like an artifact.
Okay, I'm saying artifacts from that period in time, right? We
That
just
was
can't
300 years before Jesus supposedly lived. We don't have anything for Jesus.
Right. Okay, so I'm saying it's rare, right, to find those type of items is what I'm trying to
Is
point
it?
at, right?
Because like Julius Caesar, we have like coins and all kinds of stuff for him. And at least for a lot of people, we have contemporaries of them who write about them and mention them. We don't have that for Jesus.
Well,
we don't have anybody who says that they even exist in the first century who writes about them.
So are you asking for evidence that he lived 2,000 years ago or before he lived? I'm confused.
Why
'Cause
would
you
I be talking about before he lived?
Well, because you're talking about 300 years. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but like you're talking about 300 years before Jesus, and
Yeah, that would be Alexander. You brought that up.
right. So anyway, my apologies. Anyway, but the proof that he existed, right? All right. So crucifixion, right?
Okay. Give us the proof, man.
All right.
We
It's in the
crave the proof.
text. It's in the text. They provide the validation through the historical criterion of embarrassment. Okay, so you know what that is? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, you bastardized that first name or that first word, but yes.
Okay, so like if they were to invent, let's say hypothetically they were trying to invent a myth, right? They wouldn't fabricate, or make their movement look weak. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like
is like the Greek god Uranus? Is he a myth, like mythological?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Uranus, like, is he like the Greek god Uranus? Is he a myth? It's like where we get the name, like Uranus,
right?
For the planet Uranus,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he a myth? Yeah, cool. There's a story about him getting his dick ripped off, and that's what makes Aphrodite. So that's pretty embarrassing, right? Does that mean that Uranus is real? Because why would they come up with something where their god got their dick ripped off? That's really embarrassing.
I wasn't necessarily saying he is a myth. I was just saying.
Well, no, you just said that Jesus wouldn't be a myth. Why would it be a myth?
No, I'm
if
saying
they put in embarrassing things.
I'm trying to explain
Yeah, I'm trying to explain that the criterion of embarrassment is a really bad argument.
if they were trying to fabricate, his existence or the church, you know what I mean, like the church or whatever, they wouldn't make him out to be like a weak person. I wouldn't think.
And if the Greeks wanted to say that their
you know?
god was actually created, or their universe was actually created by Uranus, they wouldn't have. If they were trying to come up with a fake god who creates the universe, they wouldn't come up with one who gets his dick ripped off, right?
Well,
right.
I mean,
so it must have happened then. Uranus must be real. And all dying and rising gods, all gods that like died and then rose back to life and everything like that, they absolutely must have existed, right?
Well, in the Bible it says, there are, God does say that there are other gods, but he is the God essentially, right?
Okay. Well, the gods that are, even worshipped before Yahweh, I guess all of those that died and rise again, I guess they're real.
So
right, and all stories of somebody that are embarrassing must have obviously been real, right?
Not everybody, everything else. I'm trying to talk about Jesus.
Hey, Paul Bunyan got tired, and so he drug his axe behind him, and he created the Grand Canyon. Why would we make a strong man like that get tired? Paul Bunyan must have existed.
I'm just trying to say, like, if they were trying to,
Harry Potter put his name into the Goblet of Fire.
They wouldn't make him out to be a weak or a slave. Why would they do that? You know what I mean? They wouldn't have chosen a criminal's execution, for example. Like that is that was like the lowest of lows and the worst way to die back then. Obviously,
you wouldn't think that getting your dick ripped off is somehow pretty bad too.
I mean, and then you take into
Right.
account like the Texas,
I
right?
mean,
You
like,
take
would you rather be
you're asking me a
crucified
question.
or have your dick ripped off?
So I can see that
Like, which one?
you're obviously intelligent, right? You know your history a
Yeah,
little bit.
I'm pretty
'cause you know.
stupid. But again, which one would you rather have? A crucifixion or your dick ripped off? Exactly.
I mean, that's kind of a weird question.
Well, unfortunately, they both happen to Greek gods. Or
Okay.
to Roman gods, or these different stories of gods, myths, mythologies.
Right.
One happened to Jesus, one happened to Uranus. They're both embarrassing. They're both terrible. They're both the lowest of the low. So that's.
Okay,
I'm trying to
so-
tell you that the criterion of embarrassment is a dog shit argument. It's terrible. It's awful.
Okay. What about the accounts of Okay, so back then in that day, like that period of time,
Mhm.
not now. Okay, so in the first century, right?
Okay.
Women they held low social status, correct?
Nope. All the Greek oracles were women. So like anybody who was going to be giving some kind of a spiritual or theological revelation, like for a god, was going to be a woman.
Okay, but so like in a court, for example, right? Their
Mhm.
testimonies weren't legal.
No,
Correct?
It absolutely was. Have you never heard of Prin? Like Prin, hundreds of years prior, like she gave a testimony in court. They need to, by the way, make a movie of her, starring Sydney Sweeney. Maybe. I'd
Okay, so
imagine that she would be the first, but it's probably going to go to
so-
Zendaya.
So one court, right? One court or whatever.
Hundreds of
had
years prior, yeah, a women actually did testify. Yeah,
there's
that's
only
fine.
one account. So there's one account. So you're.
I mean, are you about to come up with a story of women in court or something?
No, I'm saying about her account of the rock being moved and
Was that in court?
No.
So
But
why
I'm
did
just
you bring
saying
up
that
court?
I'm trying to prove their low standards. They
No,
wouldn't like.
they listened
like-
to women when they said that this is what the gods say. So why would they not listen to a woman who said this is what the angel says?
Because it's just their standard.
Their
like,
standard
where
is
they were-
perfectly fine. Why do they care?
Well, yeah, it is.
It's not an
It
issue.
is, but back
Also, in the
then,
story, don't they go
their
and tell
social
men
class-
anyways?
Their social class, right?
Sweet. Don't they go and tell men anyways, and those men go to see? So what's your argument that the women
Yes.
are actually
Yeah, no,
the
I was
people who
start- I was
say
start-
anything?
yes, you're
Because the
right,
men
you're-
go to
but-
see anyways, don't they?
Okay. Yes, they do.
Okay,
And
so then
also-
why the fuck are you even concerned about this?
Well, I'm just trying to give you the evidence without
Nah.
actually.
No, the
us
men
having
do the
tangible
men
evidence,
go
because we
okay,
go
so
by
you're trying to
Texas,
say, oh
right?
hey, they
We go by
wouldn't
Texas.
say that the women went to go see the tomb and then they
No,
wouldn't
I'm-
trust
No, what I'm saying
they
is
wouldn't
that if
trust
they were
their
trying to set
account.
up a hoax. If I'm trying to say if they were to try to set up a hoax and
Uh-huh.
Jesus indeed was not a real
Uh-huh.
living person, I wouldn't like even scholars, even atheists,
Uh-huh.
all the scholars, right?
Yeah.
Atheists, they all agree that Jesus did indeed live. He was a real man.
Cool. All right. So again, what was your point with the women?
that back then they had low social
They didn't,
class.
but keep going.
They didn't?
No.
Oh. Where do you get-
Also, on top of
Just
that,
because-
do they not share in the story that the men went to go see the tomb as well?
Yeah, and it also shares that.
Okay, so then I guess it doesn't matter if the women go to see it. The men went to go see it too. Who cares?
Whatever, dude.
I
I'm
mean,
just trying to explain
the
something,
men
right?
went to
So-
go
so-
see it, so I mean, I don't care if you point to another story. Okay, cool. The men went to go see it too, so who cares? It invalidates the argument that they couldn't have made this up. Let's say
Okay, well,
let's say that
the
the
first-
authors
the fir-
are sexist pieces of shit who wouldn't listen to a woman. Okay, well they included something where the men went to go see it, so who cares?
Okay.
So, I mean, there you go. So it's no longer
I get it.
embarrassing.
Right. I mean, but same could be said about like what you're trying to, some of the stuff you're saying about 300.
I don't know what
But
you're
whatever.
talking about, man.
All right,
Like
but,
literally in the story, they have men go see it, so it's not embarrassing anymore, is it? You're trying to say that it would be embarrassing to have a myth
I never
where
said
it's
that.
relate.
I never
Yes,
said
it is.
that. I
No,
said-
you
I said-
literally are trying to give the criterion of embarrassment. That's the
I-
point. And the criterion
I-
of embarrassment tries to include the idea that women would not be the people who would actually give the results of something like that. It tries to make this weird, non-historical or ahistorical,
Well, that's
misogynistic
not-
claim that
it's
women
not
would
just
not
that.
be women
It's
would
not
not be
just about
recorded.
women.
Listen, It tries to make this ahistorical claim that women would not be regarded as truth tellers. Cool. In the story, boys show up too, so I
Right.
guess it doesn't matter.
Okay. So what about the first-hand accounts of the apostles? That's really
Please
the
give me
ultimate.
any first-hand accounts that we have from the apostles.
Okay, so there's 13, right? So, you know,
Name me one
they.
thing from any of those 13.
You said what?
Name me anything from one of those 13.
What are you asking? Name what?
Name
They
me
they
any
they were
testimony that
all.
we have, any text from one of those 13. Name me any of those 13 that are ever mentioned outside of Christianity. They definitely didn't exist.
Why do you? I don't understand why you would think they didn't exist. The text says
Well,
they
number one,
exist, so
Jesus.
that's the
Yeah,
history.
cool. And Ron Weasley and Hermione are mentioned in the text of Harry Potter. Does that mean they exist?
Well, that is obviously
Fiction, kind of like Jesus. Yeah, a story about how this kid before birth was chosen to save the world and does magic with his friends when he grows up. Yeah, it's almost like that shit's just kind of old hat.
actually that's not what
Harry Potter is?
it's about. But
Harry
no,
Potter?
Jesus,
Yeah, that's exactly what Harry
not
Potter's about. What, did you think
that's
I was
not what
talking about the
Jesus is
Gospels?
about. I know what you're talking about. I don't really
That's
care
weird.
about Harry Potter. I'm talking about like no, I did not
Did you
think you were
think
talking
when
about
I
the
was
gospel. You
explaining
were just
that you thought I was talking about the Gospels? Because I was
no,
talking about
you
Harry
just
Potter.
said kind of like Jesus Christ, this little kid that was born and to
I didn't say
perform
Jesus
magic.
Christ.
And
I said a little boy
yeah, you
who was
did. Yeah,
chosen
you did. You
before.
can rewind the tape, people, because he did say Jesus Christ.
Nope.
Yeah.
I just
So
said
you
a
don't
little
believe
boy,
are
a
you
little boy who is destined before he was born to grow up and save the world, grows up and does magic with his friends.
Dude,
that's Harry Potter, and it's the story of Jesus. And the fact that you
Yeah.
couldn't tell the difference shows me
No,
all that we
it
need to
is the
see.
story of Jesus. Obviously, it's the story of Jesus. I'm just saying you mentioned it, but you're saying so you literally are going by you're doing what
I'm going by
exactly
evidence.
what
Yeah,
you're
that's the
asking.
word you're
Like
looking for there.
you're trying to debunk
Use evidence.
something
Yes.
that's been proven through
It has
the
not been
church
proven.
being the church being still here, the Bible still being
Okay.
here, and
Harry Potter
survived
fans are still here.
millennia is
J.K.
enough
Rowling
proof
is
that
still
Jesus
here,
Christ is a
unfortunately.
real person.
Yeah.
That alone,
They're still making
is
Harry Potter movies and shows. Oh my God. It's kind of like IP sticks around for a while as long as people are interested in it.
dude.
Okay,
so so what do you believe back in
I
from
believe
back
that
then?
Jesus and Paul never existed. It is in
Okay,
giant
that's
red
cool.
letters
You can
above
believe
my
whatever
head.
you want. You can believe whatever you want, but like, okay, so
All right. Well, I don't know why you asked me what I believe.
do you believe what do you believe in then?
I believe
Just
that Jesus and
hypothetically,
Paul never existed.
okay. So that's a belief, correct?
It's a belief based off of evidence. Do you have any evidence that they did? Because we've been
text
waiting
is
for about 16
alone.
minutes and 30 seconds, and you have
Well,
presented
you haven't shut me
about.
down. You haven't shut me down. The proof is through the history.
I'm pretty sure
Just
this
like a lot of
entire.
history from back then, the proof is
I'm
through
pretty
texts
sure
and history and
this
accounts that have.
I'm pretty sure this
actual accounts that
entire
have actually
conversation has
happened.
been a shoot down. This entire
Bro,
conversation.
I think you're pretty. You keep reverting back to the same thing and asking the same thing about how they, the proof. But I've been telling you the proof. Just like a lot.
So
of
what was the
accounts
proof
from
that
back
you
in the
mentioned
day.
that I didn't dismiss very easily? What was the proof that
You
I
didn't
just
really
couldn't beat?
dismiss, and you actually been very respectful and kind of.
So what was the proof that you provided that
whatever,
was
but,
just absolutely smoking gun here?
I'm just saying the proof. There's no real. It's hard to get tangible evidence from back then.
So you didn't present
It's
proof?
rare. Okay. The proof is through the context, the text,
Okay.
right? The history, right, and the accounts of people.
And we don't
right?
have any
And
accounts from anybody who says that they saw Jesus.
dude,
did you want
Are
to
you for real?
point me to one? Yeah, point me to one that where the author says I saw Jesus.
The Bible.
Where? What book? What book?
Dude, so you
Nothing? That's weird. I thought it was obvious. Where does the author of any book say, I was there during Jesus' earthly ministry?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Where does the author of any book of the Bible say, I was there during Jesus' earthly ministry?
I'm losing you. Sorry. My son keeps trying to call me.
Oh, okay.
All right. So what author of any book? There is no book.
In what book of the Bible does the author say that they were there during Jesus' earthly ministry?
The Gospel of John, Peter, Paul, Luke.
John and Peter can't write, according to Acts 4:13. Luke was not a disciple, and nowhere in Luke does it even say it's written by Luke. Would you like to try for a fourth?
Well, Luke says he interviewed original eyewitnesses.
No, he doesn't. Not only does it not say that he interviewed eyewitnesses, it doesn't even say it's written by Luke. It doesn't even try to say that it's written in the 1st century.
Where do you see? Where does it say that?
I said it doesn't say something. Where does it not say something? Is that what?
Yeah, but yeah, you said it doesn't. So, what Bible? I don't understand. Like, you're saying it doesn't say that. Luke never said that. Luke never said that. Really?
Yep.
Okay. So what about?
He just says that he knows everything. I too decided, as one having a grasp of everything from the start, to write a well-ordered account for you, most excellent Theophilus. And he never says his name is Luke.
Okay. Well, so you, okay, so just, okay, so what about Paul?
Does Paul meet Jesus during his earthly ministry?
He said he
claimed
go for
a fifth?
Jesus risen in the vision of after.
Okay, cool. I can claim that I saw Lord Zenu as in a vision.
Right, but it's all these individuals that were at different areas.
You said that we have accounts of Jesus.
Correct.
You haven't named any. You have named,
I've named
four different people.
John, Peter, Paul, Luke.
John and Peter, according to Acts 4:13.
Non-Christian historians, Tacitus and Josephus, or whatever the heck.
All right, so Acts 4:13 says that John and Peter are illiterate, so we don't have any testimony from them. Also, Paul doesn't say that he ever met Jesus during his earthly ministry, and Luke never says that he's Luke. He also says he's not an eyewitness. He never claims to be an eyewitness and never claims to talk to eyewitnesses. So again, those 4 people who you brought up are not accounts or eyewitness accounts of Jesus.
Well, they are though.
What verse says they are?
The fact that it's a verse in the first place and they're talking about Jesus.
Does J.K. Rowling talking about Harry Potter mean she was an eyewitness to Harry Potter?
She was an eyewitness to Harry Potter because she wrote the book and it's not fact, it's fiction. This is considered.
All right. Well, Paget thinks that J.K. Rowling was an eyewitness to Harry Potter. So while we are going to,
she wrote the book, of course. It's science fiction.
All right,
it's science fiction. She is.
It's not even science fiction, man. It's a fantasy book. It sounds like to me that you probably need to just try reading for the first time. We're gonna go ahead and move on to somebody else. Science fiction. What the fuck? All right. $5 there from Emir. God damn it. Eventually, I'm gonna learn how to say your name. But Emir says, so when you say ripped off, how would that be? And what kind of medical attention could one expect after either one? Are there sharp tools involved? It just kind of gets like pulled off. It's, this is ancient Greece, all right? I don't think that they had the most civilized medical attention that they could give his lovely package. But, you know. Sorry. My wife walked by and she gave me those eyes, and I'm very confused now. anyways, anyways, as far as ancient Greece goes, I don't think that they would be able to give his package too much medical attention. Well, I mean, they could, but I don't know how good it would be. I would imagine that would more or less be a death sentence back then. And then, oh my God, thank you very, very much. Emir sent 5 Christ Before Jesus gift memberships. Thank you so much. That is awesome. That is awesome. 5 people have the gift of Christ Before Jesus memberships over there on YouTube. You get access to a whole bunch of member content. Matthew and I are still working to get some new member content over there to you guys. We're trying to find something that is a little off from what we normally do, but still kind of funny and lets you know a little bit more about us personally. But yeah. And it's still a little bit different from what we normally do in, like, say, Bible Libel on TikTok, which is every Sunday night at 9 p.m., where it's me, my co-author, and Christina the Godless. So make sure you're following us for that. But we are looking to do that. Thank you very, very much, Emir. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Let's see. $5 there from Emir says, calling it IP is awesome. Is an awesome diss. I love it. Will use. Here is payment for the copyright. That's funny. $5 says just Emir is great. Okay. Emir. You know what? I'm gonna give it a shot. Dizdarovich. Emir Dizdarovich. Sorry. Emir Dizdarovich. Boyan Bogdanovich. that's the closest I've got. All right. The prototype 1619 says, are we still using Amadeus as a keyword? My wife. No. The word or the streamer of the week is Chaos Engine Gaming over there on TikTok. I watched a little bit of him right before I fell asleep, so I apologize, Chaos. If you were talking to me, I fell asleep. But I was watching a little bit of you playing some COD last night. But Amadeus Almighty is another streamer who you should definitely check out. Him and his partner, Storm. I was going to say wife because of my wife, but anyways.
I feel like you wanted to say something else.
Oh no, I was going to say his wife, but they get mad at me when I say wife. All right, community fix. What you got?
Right. So no matter what, I just want you to know that whatever I'm believing in, just know that I think it's just subjective. Okay. It doesn't mean that you have to take on any of what I'm saying to you. But
history is fairly objective. History either happened or it didn't. Jesus and Paul either existed or they didn't.
Oh yeah,
we either have evidence or we don't.
I'm happy to talk about some objective truths.
Sounds good. Let's get to it.
So you mentioned that John, right, is basically unlearned. He's uneducated, which it does appear in the actual Bible, but it does not mean that he didn't learn afterwards, neither. And it's actually
where's he learning
that
to write a religious treatise in a language he didn't speak?
That doesn't prove anything if you just say where is he learning, because they literally wrote the canon within his time.
Oh, really? You think that the canon was written during the time of John?
You can definitely double check that.
Okay, prove it.
Well, I would have to go to Teacup and then go and grab the information
Feel
for
free.
you. But I've learned that people in the past run away, so I don't do that anymore. But I definitely, I would just simply state that.
Now, the New Testament is written in the 2nd century. There's no evidence whatsoever that it was written in the 1st.
There's definitely proof out there.
No, not a single shred of evidence that the New Testament is written in the 1st century.
They were taking his accounts, is what I'm saying.
Who's they?
So they were taking his accounts within his lifetime.
No, it doesn't say within his lifetime.
So hang on.
Where does it say within his lifetime?
I like I said, there's proof and evidence of that.
There is not.
So
please present it. We are now on this. Because you're building a house.
I just don't want you
you're
to
building
run.
a house and you start with the foundation. So please provide the evidence
Don't
for your
want you
foundation.
to run. I'll do so.
So you don't want me to run? Is that what you said?
Remind me to come back to it. Just remind me to
Oh,
come
hold
back
up.
to it.
Community fix. Did you say you didn't want me to run?
Yeah, I don't want you to run
I'm
from
here.
You go
Where am I
run.
going?
Hey, I see behind you 55 Joe theses. I love it.
Oh, no. No. Up here. This is the 63 times over the last month that people have brought up Josephus, and I've been able to show them that that is not evidence for Jesus. But please, provide evidence that the Gospel of John was written during the first century, or anything from the New Testament.
I like what you're doing.
Sounds good. Don't pivot.
Yeah.
Where's the evidence that
I'm not
any of the New
pivoting.
Testament
I'm
is
saying
written in
to
the
you
first
that
century?
I just don't want.
Well,
I've
you
learned
kind of
not
said
to-
it and you stepped in it, so you're going to have to give evidence for it. We're not
Well,
going to move
you
on.
stepped in it by saying that
We're not
they
going to
were
move on.
uneducated,
Give me the
but
evidence.
that means
Give me the
Yeah, but
evidence that the New Testament was written in the first century.
that the New Testament
Any of
is
it.
written in the first
Any of
century.
it,
I
yep.
didn't say that. I said that they took his account.
You said that the texts were written during his lifetime.
How? No, I said
That's what you said.
You said that. You said that it's written in in his lifetime. I said
Sweet.
that they
And
took his account.
what century is John's lifetime?
What do you mean? What century?
What century was John alive during?
If they take it in his lifetime, then it's like between I want to say between 70 AD and 90 AD.
Okay.
but
And
it's,
70 is
somewhere like
70
that.
to 90.
Or
That is
75 and
that is during
85.
what century?
What do you think? What century would that be?
Go ahead and give us an answer there before I move on to somebody
His
else. If you can't give an
account,
answer. Yeah.
So
So
the-
70 to
yeah, so-
90. What century is that in?
Oh, I don't know. You figure it out. I don't know.
Well, you got 30 seconds. Give us an answer. All right, Community Fix, we're going up
was-
to your podium first. What century was it?
Jesus century.
Oh, there it is. And you wagered, you're spot on the panel. Sorry, that is actually not correct. We're going to move on to the next podium here. And that is for, we got a reprogram.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey, doing good, doing good. What you got?
Well, I just want to know. I fully respect what you're doing, but tell me how, in regards to the book or the Bible, the Quran, all of that, do you believe in it? Do you believe in it all?
The what? To believe in the...
Do you believe in the Bible?
What do you mean believe in it?
Do you believe in it? That's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
that's really weird. Like, believe in what?
It
Like,
is
I just
weird.
say that Jesus and Paul never existed. Jesus and Paul are characters in the Bible. So,
Okay, so you're
does
talking
that
about the
mean that
Bible.
I don't?
You're
Like, what do you
talking
mean by
about the-
believe?
What I'm saying is you're talking about the Bible, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Or I'm talking about biblical characters, at least. Yeah, within
Okay,
history.
And all this, what you're doing now, reverts back to the Bible, yeah?
I mean, if
Correct.
that's the only way that you think that Jesus existed, then okay.
No, I don't believe in it at all, to be honest. I don't believe in
Okay,
it at all.
well, then
The
I don't
reason
really
I
care.
used to,
Sweet.
No,
So, what's your point?
my point is, do you personally believe in the Bible?
That's not a point. That's a question, and that's
a
really
question.
weird
That's
because it
that's
doesn't.
me
It does.
asking
I don't
you
know
a
what you
question.
mean by that. Please explain in other terms. Please rephrase
Okay.
your question.
Rephrase my question.
Yes.
Do you have faith within the Bible?
Faith within the Bible? No.
You don't. So you don't believe in the Bible?
If that's what you are calling belief,
I'm
then no.
asking you the question, bro, because I'm asking.
Yeah, and
you
I'm
the
trying to figure
question.
out what the fuck you're asking,
Alright,
and I'm
alright,
saying based off of that rephrase,
Within-
no, I don't.
Within 358 people in this room right now, does anyone understand when I say, "Do you believe in the Bible"?
To believe in the Bible, like, do I agree with all of it? Is that what you're asking? Do I agree with any of it?
Well,
I mean, it's a
The reason why
blanket
I'm asking
statement.
is because have you got any factual evidence in regards to the Bible or the Quran or anything? Or
In
any
regards to it,
religion?
sure. Like there are people in there that did exist, but there's people who didn't.
Who?
Like that's
Who
what
existed?
that's the problem.
Who existed?
Pilate.
Pilate.
Yep.
And how do you know Pilate existed?
Because we have two contemporaries who talk about him and archaeology that bears his name and government position.
Okay, and how have you got that factual evidence?
I literally just told you.
No, you told me your words that came out your mouth.
Okay, cool.
Have you
Anything else?
been to that place? Have you
Been to
spoke
that place? What are you talking
person
about?
directly with that person?
What person?
Whoever you just spoke about.
I didn't
said there's
speak
two
about a
archaeologists.
person. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyways, all right. Reprogram. Do you have any evidence, or did you want to ask like an actual question,
Well, you
or did
didn't
you want me to
really
go ahead and move
answer
on?
any of my questions. You kind of backfired it all on me making up.
Yeah, cool. All right. So, in no way, shape, or form were those questions that even remotely got close to any kind of point for either side. You're just asking like blanket statement questions. Like, I'm not going to say I believe in the Bible, and then you're like, okay, well, then you believe that everything existed. Or I'm not going to say I don't believe in the Bible, but then I do believe that some of these characters existed. That's dumb as shit. You just made blanket statements. Anyways, Waterfall 11, what you got?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, actually.
I just had a question, man. I had heard something about, I guess, a few nights ago regarding the Old Testament. Wanted to, I guess, fact checked it with you, I guess, in a sense.
You heard somebody say something about the Old Testament, is what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when the books were written, like the book of Daniel, for example, I think the point was that there were multiple books like this that were written, but it's told as a prophecy, right? These are things that are going to happen. But is it true that it was really written after those things were happened, and then they just wrote it
That's
as a
how
prophecy?
you know that the prophecies. The reason you know it is because the prophecies. I saw that comment there. Is that Michaela? Yeah. Okay. So it is the prophecies that actually get talked about in the text, and those are much more accurate than the actual time of when Daniel is said to have existed. So when they tell the story of Daniel and when he lived, they get some things wrong, but then when they talk about the prophecies, they get them really right. What that tells you is that it's very clearly something that was written after the prophecies, and just cast back into the past, and they're making mistakes about the past, but they know about the things that just happened, and they're calling them prophecies. It's post hoc rationalization, or just post hoc writing.
So along with Daniel, could you list a few other books that are like that? And I'm just asking so I can do my own research as well.
I mean,
but what
quite
other books would
literally
be like
all
that?
the Old Testament, like just about all the Old Testament's going to be talking about some things that are cast back into the past. I mean, the New Testament does the same thing. I mean, that's just kind of how writings back then went. You just have stories that show up later, and they're just talking about these tragedies or these epics, and you put in things, certain elements that relate to you a little bit more into this story that you claim happened a long time ago.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, but
appreciate
you
that.
do
Like I
have
said, I
things
just heard that for the first time.
Genesis
didn't think
has
they had any
it.
factual basis to it.
Deuteronomy has it. Yeah, obviously, like Isaiah has it. That's another one. Like it's trying to claim that somebody a long time ago was saying things, and there's elements of things in this. There's elements in the story that are talking about more modern or more recent things to the timeline of when they're actually writing, to the time that they're writing the text, and so they're just including those in there, and they're just trying to make it look like it's a prophecy. Daniel is explicitly like a book of prophecy, same thing as Isaiah. So you're going to find this more often in those. Therefore, like say Jesus and whatnot, when in the New Testament, when Jesus says, "Oh, when you see the abomination of desolation," which is also in Daniel, by the way, standing where it ought not, then flee Judea and go for the mountains. And this is very clearly a reference to like the Bar Kokhba revolt, where Emperor Hadrian placed a statue of himself on the Temple Mount, which is what the abomination of desolation would be. So they're clearly talking about things that had just happened to them or recently in the 2nd century, and they're casting it back into the past.
And that last term, abomination of, can you say it one more
Desolation.
time?
Abomination of desolation. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for coming up, man. That was a Waterfall 11, everybody. Waterfall 11. And then we've got Kevin Cahill back up here doing what Jesus said, turning the other cheek so that I can get the other side of his ass.
Yeah, so we talked yesterday, and you kind of avoided my questions on Q. But I wanted to go back after thinking about it. You kept making a big deal about, you know, the year 150 AD being the time that whatever was written. You have
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't generally talk about 150.
The gospel. You said it was
I didn't
in that
say
time.
anything about 150.
Yeah, you did. You said
I did not.
140. Yes,
okay.
you did.
Is 140 150? If you're going to quote me, do it properly.
I said that range, bro. You know what that means?
You also didn't give a range. You didn't say the word range. You just said 150.
Okay, so the 150 range, you had said that's when you believed that the gospel was written by some guy who just made up a story. You have no proof of that at all. And that's what you're telling people. You have you're questioning people about evidence. You have no evidence that that man was the first person to write that at all.
Sweet.
And that's what you're telling everyone.
We go off of evidence here, and considering the fact that
Right,
he comes out with
but
a gospel
there's-
in 144 and there's no evidence of a gospel prior, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, why wouldn't like the prophets
Give us an evidence of a gospel prior to 144.
Why wouldn't John and Luke and all them about 30, 40 years after Christ's death, they could have easily written the books?
Sweet. So what's the evidence that they wrote them prior to 144?
They might have kept them in their house.
So what's the evidence that they were written by those people?
I mean, it's called the Book of John.
When is it first called the Book of John?
Huh?
When is it first called the Book of John or the Book of Luke?
What do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean.
When is the first time that anybody calls them the Book of Luke or the Book of John or the Gospel of Luke or the Gospel of John? And when's the first time they're quoted?
It was in that time frame, but
it was
but
not.
That's probably just when
So the first time that they are called the Gospel of Luke or the Gospel of John is by Irenaeus in 180 to 185. And on top of that, the first time that the Gospel of Luke is even possibly quoted, even though it doesn't say he's getting it from the Gospel of Luke, it's in 155 from Justin Martyr. So in no way, shape, or form have you provided any evidence for any Gospels prior to 144. We go off of evidence here, sir. I know that you don't like evidence, seeing as your profile picture is JD Vance, but nevertheless, couchfucker, we are not going to just assume that there is a Gospel prior to 144 when that's the first thing that we have. So do you have any evidence of anything prior? I mean, I'll give you the floor again.
I mean, if you were a big evidence guy, you'd be a Republican, just so you know. Like, you're a freaking idiot.
Yeah, sweet.
If,
If I wanted evidence of pedophilia, I would absolutely be a Republican. That being said, do you have any evidence for a gospel prior to 144?
You know that the gospel, like, you know what faith means in the word of God?
Oh, so you just have faith that there's a gospel prior to 144? That sounds good. Well, do you have any evidence, or would you like to be disconnected?
I'm sure you will, because you can't back up your claims.
Do you have anything prior to 144? I'm going to ask you for the sixth time.
You're not letting me talk.
All right. For the seventh time, please provide evidence for a gospel, any gospel, prior to 144.
As Christians, we are taught that the Word of God is the New Testament.
Sweet. So give me any evidence that the New Testament shows up before 144. Jesus Christ, dude.
I've seen historians say 30 to 40
That's
AD.
fucking fantastic. What evidence do they provide?
I mean, the same evidence that you said that exists in 140, 150.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does.
So
Yes,
the evidence for them
You're
showing up in
just
30 is
lying.
something in
You're
144?
You're just, the only difference between me and you is you're a liar and I'm not.
Okay. So the evidence for a gospel in 30 to 40 is something in 144?
Yes.
What did they point to?
I don't have it right
I know you don't
here.
have it. You came
But
up
I
here
know it-
unprepared just to get your ass kicked again. Do you have anything else that you'd like to say before we go ahead and disconnect you?
No, I'm just trying to prove a
No?
point.
All
that
right.
You have
Well, if you have any evidence, come back up here for the third strike. But again, you need to remember, 3 strikes and you're out. Don't have to be a dumbass Republican to know how baseball works. All right. Let's see. I think he hit a foul ball. It's still a strike. He may even bunt a foul ball. If you know what, I don't know if you guys even know. There's at least a few people in here who know what happens when you bunt a foul ball on the third strike. Anyways, all right. Let's see. He was a cognitive minimalist. There we go. Master Fufu says it's an out. There we go. Rational Atheist says it's an out. Elizabeth Heretic says F no. That's funny. Randy Fitz says out. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah. At least a few of you know what happens. All right. You're not a whole bunch of just, like, fucking Portland-ass, blue-haired libs who don't know sports. And some of you Portland-ass, blue-haired libs are really big sports fans, too. And I tip my hat to you. I tip my hat to you, sir. See what I did there? All right. Let's see. CBJ. Wait, hold up. What was that? CBJ, I'm not a hockey fan. Well, that's good. Because you are saying CBJ, and if you were a hockey fan and you were saying CBJ and you were making fun of me there, which there might be layers to that Emily Neptune comment. There might be layers to it. Hey, cowboy, where are you located? Ask your mom. She's coming over tonight. You can bunt me. That's not how you spell it, but sure. That's more of the cake. And maybe, you know what? That works there, AZ Mike. That works. Michaela says, hey, CBJ, my hurricanes say hello. All right. Okay. All right. Let's see. Saying Joshua wasn't a white. Dear God, that's a weird way of saying it. Gart Arfunkel says, LOL, I just assumed Texas. Plenty of big hats here. Well, Gart Arfunkel. Maybe. It's classified. Where's Christina to say sports ball? You know what? The next CBJ meetup needs to be at the Rangers game. Everybody just needs to go to the Rangers game. We'll all go to like the all-you-can-eat seats or whatever and just like hang out there. The all-you-can-eat porch. We'll just do that. Make all of you fuckers go to a baseball game. Elizabeth Heretic's roll in the eyes. OMG, I love that idea. You know, Matthew has actually been to a baseball game, believe it or not, even though he could not name, and I shit you not, he could not name more than 3 MLB teams without help. All right. In my neck of the woods, the Rangers are hockey. Damn. Up there in New York. Nice. Or close, I guess. Women's Pro League just started. Pakistan, Maine? I don't even know what that means. How long was the Moses and Noah story around before the Torah was written? Moses, maybe a little bit, I guess. It really kind of depends on what you call Noah and what you called Moses. As a Mariners fan, no. Man, I have seen so many clips. I don't remember his name, but that center fielder of the Mariners just like catching that 1-out ball and just throwing it into the stands or whatever. And they're already losing like fucking 17-zip. like it was already just an absolute ass pounding. But I mean, that's the only clip I've seen of that game. It's awful. Yeah, Julio Rodriguez. That's what it was. That's who it was. Damn. That sucks. Like they won the next game. Okay. They ended up losing 0-2. Oh, Jesus. Like, at that point, you better let some of the fans go in and bet. Like, come on. Pull up some of the people from the R leagues. Sports talk. I know. Yes, Aspanic. Yes. Man, as soon as I say anything about sports, like half of you go, ugh. I'm sorry that this mythicist, communist, likes sports every once in a while. Let a man bleed his heart onto his sleeve, god damn it. Anyways, it's simple entertainment for simple people. Amadeus. Anyways. Well, it's boring, Jan. All right. Okay, I see all the sports hate. All right. If you nice, Sebastian. Manga talk. Jesus played AAA ball. There's a lot of Jesuses in AAA ball. It's okay to be a straight dude, I guess. Should go to FC Dallas. Actually, I haven't been to an FC Dallas game. I've been to the Toyota stadium, or they're in Frisco, I think it is. But I just haven't been to a game. Just to trigger the libs. What are you doing? All right. $5 from guest dude _ handles are dumb. Says, for the record, historians are fully capable of having religious biases, and most historians of the 20th century had to play ball with Christians. That's very true. Even today, in order to be like respected enough to like get through anything through peer review, or to be on the same stage, like debating someone, or be taken seriously, or even potentially get a job or hold a job there within academia today, you need to at least compromise somewhere with Christians. You need to compromise with the people who are part of this religion, because the majority of majority of scholars are religious in some facet. So you've got to at least kind of meet them halfway somewhere. You got to compromise with them. You got to kind of see, you got to bring something to the table. And I mean, it's no different. It's literally no different than, say, like Justin saying, hey, Jesus existed so that he can have a conversation about other stuff. It's literally no different. It's not like Bart Ehrman thinks on a higher plane of existence than Justin or something. So like, yeah, that's all that it is. It's just, they're friends. They want to have a communication. They want to have a conversation about something else. That kind of thing. Let's see. We got Chris Kai?
Yes.
Chris Kai. Okay, that's Chris Kai.
This guy, yeah. What's up, man?
Not a lot. What you got, man?
Yeah. So I just had some few questions. I know you spoke about Pilate.
Mm-hmm.
That you believe about his existence because there is an inscription, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
There's an inscription that dates to his lifetime, as well as two contemporaries who write about him.
So if I understand, the only way you establish that someone exists is you establish it by something that happened while they're still alive, if I'm correct.
If something that is written about them during the time that they're alive says that they are alive and doing these things that are fairly mundane and not like anything too terribly crazy, then I don't have any particular reason to not believe that they existed.
So what do you, I wasn't there before when you spoke about this, but why do you reject the letters of Paul that were written around, I would say it's after Jesus, but around the time that normally someone will write about someone who exists and did something and then died?
Because we don't have any evidence that they were actually written at that time.
No actual evidence at all?
No. Why? What evidence do you have that they were written during that time?
Well, the thing is, when I do the research about those letters, why do they date them then around 20, 30 years?
Compromise with church tradition. It's church tradition, taking church tradition at its word, or compromising with it. There's nothing within the Pauline epistles that dates them to the 1st century.
So if I follow your line, then I will have also to reject anyone else that history talks about, like Alexander
Not
the
at all.
Great.
Nope.
all
Alexander the
these
Great has
people.
a contemporary. It's the Babylonian Astronomical Diary. It's something that we can actually date to his lifetime. Mentions his life.
Like something that we actually have the original copy, or
Yeah, we have the cuneiform tablet. Yeah.
okay, I see.
And why
All
would
right,
it
yeah,
matter
those
if it
are
was actual, like, the original? Because we definitely don't have any originals from the New Testament.
no. I'm asking that question because that's the argument you're using.
It is
So
not
if
the
it wasn't
argument
the
I'm using.
original,
I
no,
didn't
that's the
say
argument you're
anything.
using.
I didn't say anything like that. I didn't say anything that sounded like the word original. You didn't hear that
Well,
come
if-
out of my mouth at all.
Yeah, I heard that you're saying that the things that we have in the Bible, for example, the reason why you're not
Are not
using the Bible is that
contemporary, not that they're original. No. I'm saying that they're not written by people at the same who are alive at the same time. I did not say that they're not original, so therefore we don't have the originals, so therefore they're gone. That's a dog shit argument. We have copies. We have copies of these things, yes, but they're still not written by contemporaries of Jesus. A contemporary is just somebody who exists at the same time. An original we don't have. For most cases, we do not have an original.
we don't have. Yeah, so that begs the question: if you believe there are copies, so you believe the content are true.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The question is simple. So if you say that you believe there are copies of something that was an original, then you believe what they're talking about is what was in the original one.
I mean,
or you just don't believe in it at all.
Short of the evidence that we have to go off of, like the earliest evidence for something is just the earliest evidence for it. Like that's just like the way that it is written. That's what we have to assume was in the original, or we can actually and then we can go in and dive in and try to figure out, from there using literary analysis if it's any good. So, for instance, therefore, like the writings of Paul, the first time we actually get copies of them is in the 3rd century.
Yeah.
But those are just copies. Now, I assume that the 3rd century copies are what we have from earlier, like into the 2nd century or something like that. But we can dive into the text with literary analysis to try to figure out when the originals were written, based off of the material that's in there, based off of the style of writing compared to other people at the time, that kind of thing. So while the manuscripts that we have of Paul's epistles show up in the 3rd century, the content itself and the style of the author shows us that it's written in the 2nd century. But none of that is contemporary. Not the manuscripts, not the original. None of that is contemporary to Jesus or to Paul. Well, Paul's supposed life.
Okay, I see. Yeah, those are the questions that I have. Thank you.
Yeah. Really fast. We got a super chat from the streamer of the week. We got a super chat from the streamer of the week, Chaos Engine Gaming, everybody. Chaos Engine Gaming over there on YouTube. $5 there says, I once ate 2 pieces of string and they came out tied together. I shit you not. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, don't forget your daily creeps, everyone. All right. That's a dad joke, and it's also a cue. Oh, look at that. We're still coming up with these cues. It's crazy. All right. And then let's see. $5 there from guest dude _ handles are dumb, following up with the historian's comment that he made. It's really bad. Even at UNT, they are still completely teaching the historicity of Christ as he absolutely existed, even with how left-leaning it is. Yeah, I'd imagine so. That's because there's a particular department, generally speaking, that is going to be discussing religion, or religious history, or the religion of the Bible, or Jesus, and that kind of thing. Usually they don't really say much else. And if they piss off the religious people, who usually are going to, or the students within the religious department, or classes, who are typically religious themselves, then they're going to potentially lose funding. So you don't want to do that. All right, we got a couple people coming up here. All right, Flex. What's going on with Flex? What you got? Or wait, sorry. Well, go ahead, Flex.
Friendly.
Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead. Yeah, Flex. Yeah.
I'm a friendly, and I've came up here several times before. But I just have a quick question for you.
Yeah, what you got?
When panelists do come up and they immediately go to Tacitus or Josephus, what do you think? Um, why do you think that they don't mention Marcion? Is it because they don't know, or it would shoot a cannon in their thought processes?
So a lot of people don't really know much about Marcion. Catholics and Orthodox, they'll probably know a little bit, more Catholic than Orthodox, I suppose. Just about reality as well. But anyways, as far as Catholics go, they generally will know more about Marcion because he's talked a lot about by their saints. Most Protestants don't even know like Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen, but Catholics generally will know them. And since they're the ones who talk a lot about about Marcion, then yeah, you'd end up with them knowing at least a little bit about Marcion.
So,
but
what book
they
did
generally
he
don't
write?
bring him up because he's too late into the story. According to their beliefs, all the New Testament, for the most part, was done in the first century. Some of it written by contemporaries of Jesus, some of them written by eyewitnesses to Jesus, all this kind of shit. I mean, hell, the Catholics believe that by the time like Pliny the Younger was writing in 111, there was already 3 different popes. So, I mean, 144 is so late into their timeline, their supposed timeline, that it's out of the question that Marcion was involved. Shifting this is an absolute mindfuck for these people who have a timeline down pat in their head of how these things came to be.
So, what book did Marcion write, and do you know what date that was?
So, Evangeline and some of the Pauline epistles, he may have had a hand in some of the Pauline epistles there. We see some different authors in there, but the Pauline epistles and Evangeline, which would be like late 130s at the earliest, maybe roughly 144 is when it's published. Could be even earlier, could be a little later. Roughly 144, according to what most people have said.
What year did Josephus write his book?
Just like Antiquities of the Jews?
Yeah.
Antiquities of the Jews comes out in the 90s. Wars of the Jews comes out in the 70s. Against Appian and his autobiography come out in about 95 to 99 or something like that. Maybe 98.
Marcion came after
Josephus.
And okay. So when he wrote the New Testament, that was just his works. That came out of his imagination. And
more or less. I mean, that's the best evidence we have to go off of, yeah.
Oh, okay. So there was nothing that Marcion could pull from to write it. He just wrote it.
I mean, he's still pulling from some of the material, there was not a gospel first, but he's still like pulling it from different places and different cultures and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just trying to get
you're good.
Understanding in my head, because it's so interesting how people will bring up Tacitus and Josephus, but they never mention Marcion, and I was just confused as to why.
Yeah, and there in the chat, AJ Everyday made a good point. They also don't bring up Valentinian or Sethian groups. That's very true as well. There's some other groups that came around about the same time as Marcion and whatnot, and they have their own kind of sect of Christianity, and most people don't bring them up either. But consider this. Joseph Smith, he's the founder of Mormonism. You know, he comes out with the Book of Mormon and everything like that in 1830s when it's published. It doesn't sell very well, and that was his initial intent. So he just decides to pivot a little bit to a religion. Starts a cult and everything like that, and they start going off and doing all their kind of weird shit. All right. So Joseph Smith ends up dying in 1844. Ends up getting murdered for his beliefs. And so that's 14 years from the time that the book was written and the time that he dies. During those years, 9 different versions of Mormonism came out. 9. There were 9 different versions of Mormonism during those 14 years after he published the book. And within the next 30 years or so, total years after his death or so, there's another 20 that show up. So what my point is that when a text gets written, like the Book of Mormon or any kind of like religion actually gets going, that's when we should expect to see an absolute shitload of different beliefs. But we don't see different beliefs there within Christianity, like all these different ones, all the different sects and stuff like that, based off of the Jesus story and these different takes and everything like that, until the middle of the 2nd century. Now, we do have Christians and stuff like that, like sprinkled throughout like the 1st century and possibly even going into the 1st century BCE, because it seems that it's like a loosely affiliated mystery cult, if you will. But we don't actually get like any different takes on Jesus and all these different sects that are saying, oh, we think Jesus was a man. Well, we think Jesus was divine. Oh, we think Jesus was both. All these different things. We don't get that until the middle of the 2nd century. We don't get it. And we get a ton of them at that time. So what's more likely? That there was a story that started in roughly 30 when Jesus supposedly dies, and it's perfectly pure. Everyone's singing Kumbaya, holding hands around the campfire, and everybody's singing off the same song sheet.
Right.
Then all of a sudden, 144, boom, everything. We get all these different gospels, we get all these different takes, we get all these different sects of Christianity. What's more likely? That it was perfect for 114 years and then all hell broke loose, or that it's roughly in run 44 that we start to get these stories and people start just changing the stories and saying, oh, we like this story, but we want to make it this way. We want to make it this way. We want to make it this way. Does the Jesus story start in 30 and stay pure for 114 years? Or does the Jesus story start when everybody's writing about it?
I got you. So, the Catholic Church. So,
Yep.
is it fair to assume that the New Testament or the concept of Christianity was formed by the Catholics, or was it just simply adopted by Catholics after it becomes the official religion of Rome?
What do you mean?
Did Catholicism and the adoption of Christianity as the religion happen around about the same time, or did
Catholicism? So it depends on what you mean by Catholicism. We call the sect that like picks like the canon and everything like that we have today, for the most part, by the end of the 2nd century, we call those proto-Catholics. They're eventually the people who we just see as the Catholic Church. It really just depends on what you mean by Catholicism, but you could definitely see roots of it going to the 2nd century. The official religion of Rome doesn't change until to Christianity until 380. So it definitely until the end of like the 4th century. It was like 200 years later. So it's Catholicism was. I would definitely say that Catholicism was around prior. It's just it wasn't. It depends on what you call it, because it evolves over time. But yeah.
How did if you don't mind, because I'm trying to get somewhere and you might help me get there. So when does the first pope show up, and why is there a pope?
So they claim that the first pope was Peter. Going in the right after Jesus in like 30 or so, which is bullshit, obviously. But the first pope that we can really kind of pin down, I guess, would maybe be somebody there in the middle of the 2nd century. And all that it is, though, all the pope is just the leader of the church in Rome. And it's established, they don't call him the pope initially. They end up calling him the pope later on, but it's just the bishop of Rome is all that it is. And they start saying at the end of the 2nd century, the proto-Catholics start saying, oh, Rome is the headquarters for Christianity. That's what they end up saying in like the late 2nd century, the mid to late 2nd. It's when they start focusing on Rome. So, I mean, it really just kind of depends on like what you mean by pope. Because if it's just the leader of the community of Christians in Rome, then that could go back really far. Hell, there could be a Peter who was just some guy named Peter or Petros or whatever, who was just like the leader of this particular group over there in Rome. He's not a disciple, but like he's just somebody who was instrumental in the evolution of Christianity, and he just happened to be a leader or whatever. And so they're like, okay, well, he's the first pope. Let's go ahead and just give him a cameo because he was a real dude and he was just a leader of our group over there. So let's give him a cameo in the story and make him like one of the special people, like Jesus's inner circle.
So what year was the Council of Nicaea? If you
That's
don't mind me asking?
325.
So that's much later.
Yeah,
is
325.
when-
Yeah, that's
So
yeah.
so Constantine was the dude allegedly that wanted to put together this council because
He wanted to
he
kind of
wanted.
make sure everybody's on the same page. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't just about wearing the crown in Rome. It was
No.
about. No, what I'm asking
It's
is
about like
Constantine.
fixing up Christianity. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't about him just wanting to become the king of Rome. He wanted to.
No, he was
help.
already the fucking emperor. He becomes emperor in like 308 or something like that, or 310 or somewhere around there.
Okay. So after they have the council and they formalize the religion in the book and the whole nine, you have people that didn't like the Catholics, like Protestants and
The Protestants don't show up
came
until later.
afterwards, right?
Yeah, that's later.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't mean to take up your time. I was just trying to understand timelines, and you're helping me out a lot. Thank you so much for your work. And I see your frustration because I hear it, when you have to debate with people. But I really appreciate your time, and good luck to you in the future and all your endeavors. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, man. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, the Protestants show up in like the 1500s. They're pretty late. We got let's see, Alpha Ryan or Alfarian? Alfarian? I don't know how to pronounce your name. What you got?
Alfarian.
Well.
Okay, so I see you said Jesus and Paul never existed.
Yes.
So actually, could you define what never existed means?
They did not walk on this earth.
Okay. Then I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we always point to Josephus, and Josephus was a non-Christian Jewish historian who was writing in the 1st century. So Josephus describes the execution of James and identifies him as the brother of Jesus. Who
Cool.
was
It goes
called
on to say that Jesus becomes high priest in the early 60s.
Come again.
In that same passage.
Can you come again?
It's going to take me about 15 minutes to warm up.
So I'll continue to make my claim. So modern scholars regard it as authoritative, or most of modern scholars actually accept it as true that what Josephus wrote was right. So the question is that are you then making the claim that Josephus fabricated the existence of James, or that the passage that is identifying James as the brother of Jesus was invented? And if so, what's your evidence?
That story of James, the brother of Jesus, it tells you who the Jesus is later on in that same paragraph. It tells you that it's Jesus, the son of Damnius, who becomes high priest in the early 60s. This could not be Jesus of Nazareth, seeing as Jesus of Nazareth, according to the Gospels, was somebody who was unalived by Pontius Pilate, who was removed from office in 36. So it can't be the same guy. Then it goes on to talk a lot about this Jesus. Now, the reason that James is definitely not the Jesus or the brother of Jesus from the Bible is because the Jewish elites come to his defense and have the high priest removed just for unaliving him. If the Christians were correct, then unaliving Christians would not, or if the Christians were correct, then the Jews and the Christians were at odds with each other. So there wouldn't be any Jewish elites that say, oh, hey, you can't do that. That doesn't make any sense. On top of that, the Gospels, which all come out after 60 anyways, all say that Jesus' brothers did not believe in him. It's not until much later in the 2nd century that we actually get the stories of Jesus like actually fleshed out with brothers, and they try to say that multiple of his brothers were actually unalived, including James there. And then they find that passage, and they say, let's just use this passage because there's a James and a Jesus, and this James gets unalived. Based off of the writings of Origen, which is like kind of like some notes or something that he wrote about Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, where he says, oh, this is who is called Christ. They ended up just putting that into the text. Can we prove that stylometrically? No, because the line is really small, but we can see plenty of evidence of things like this happening where you have marginal notes in a scribal copy of like Tacitus's Annals or something like that gets moved into the text itself. Another good reason to believe that this is not anything that has anything to do with the actual Christ is because Josephus does not explain what that means. He doesn't say what a Christ is. He doesn't say who calls him the Christ. They don't say why they call him the Christ. And if you think, oh, well, he's already explained it before with the Testimonium Flavianum, well, then Josephus, just like he does twice right before that line, what he will do is he will say, as we've already talked about, or as I've already explained, but he doesn't do that there because the Testimonium Flavianum is absolutely interpolated later and we know who did it. This particular line just shows up, it's just a later line, most likely just because Origen suggested it there in the 3rd century. So no, we don't, no, there's no way that that's actually about like Jesus because it doesn't line up with any of the Christian stories about Jesus or James.
Okay, I think you mentioned that the gospel that the gospel that came later after
Yeah, all the Gospels say that
death
they didn't believe. Yeah, his brothers.
the 60s, that Jesus's brother James did not actually believe in him.
Mm-hmm.
But I think in the gospels, it does not actually say that James did not believe in.
It says his brothers
Jesus,
did
right?
not believe in him.
Can you show me where it says so?
Yeah. John 7. After this, Jesus went about in Galilee. He did not wish to go about in Judea because the Jews were looking for an opportunity to unalive him. Now, the Jewish festival of booths, just say like a community event. Just say that, man. Like, just say it's like just like a boat show or something.
Okay,
Anyways,
but
was
do you
near.
agree
So
that
his brothers said to him, "Leave here and go to Judea, so that your disciples also may see the works that you are doing." Because apparently Jesus is hiding out in Galilee because he's a little bitch. Anyways, for no one who wants to be widely known acts in secret. If you do these things, show yourself to the world. For not even his brothers believed in him.
okay, it doesn't mention James, and secondly, that does not mean he did not exist, right? Because if he did not exist, then that passage, where do we get that from? Where does the passage come from? I hope you get me. The passage only shows what was actually being transferred between he and his brothers, but it does not say James. But the evidence I quoted to you was about James, right, who was being crucified. And we also have the book of James in the Bible, right, that is testifying about Jesus, that he died to save us from our sins. What do you say to that?
You eat a lot of paint chips as a kid? That's what I thought. All right. By the way, to anybody who's wondering, nowhere in the book of James does he say that he's an actual brother of Jesus or anything like that. Let's see, James 1. Yeah. Doesn't say he's a brother. All right.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going.
I'm having a naked 30 people yacht party if you want to come.
I do. What's the address?
Just DM me and I'll send it to you. So it's going to be about 30 men, 30 women.
That wouldn't make any sense. That would be a 60 person. I think you did the math wrong. I miscounted the Liz men. I miscounted the men. Oh, somebody has to know the show that I just quoted. Somebody has to know it. I pretty much gave it away. Can't we watch? All right. No, it's not. No, there it is. Christian got it. It's the episode with Steve Martin. That's pretty good. Where he's like on house arrest or something like that. And then he like tries to run away with her or whatever, and he runs out the house and someone tackles him because he thought that all the men were, all the like security guards or whatever were somewhere else. All right. You never heard of 30 Rock? 30 Rock is amazing. If you've ever watched like The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, like it's like that. Hell, it's even kind of like a quirky, because it's still from Tina Fey, but it's like a quirky Mean Girls, but like meets The Office almost. Yeah, 30 Rock is brilliant. Fraggle Rock. All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Okay, there's about a 0% chance that this person's a real person, but we'll go ahead and bring him up. What you got for us, Kim? Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, deconstructing Islam.
Hey, so we're having a yacht party. I'm not sure if you want. I don't know if you want to come or not, but it's gonna be fun.
All right, that's funny. That's funny. All right. All right. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I like that it's trolling, but it's not like uber offensive. I'm still blocking the accounts, obviously, but like it's not like uber offensive or anything. It's just kind of it's just kind of goofy. My favorite part is that he couldn't even get the line out. It was funny. Elizabeth Heretic says, Raccoon Butthole Nation is really failing me today. Yeah, we actually haven't had any raccoon buttholes today, which is weird. The English people must have eaten them all. Now, wait, do I still... Oh, hell yeah, I've got that picture. Hell yeah. Fucking banana bread? That fucking work, bro? Hell yeah. There we go. There it is. That's what we're talking about. We still have the picture of the raccoon buttholes. So we'll go ahead. Well, it's not specifically ragging buttholes. Let's see. Is this it? Oh, nope, that's not it. Nope. Nope. There it is. Okay. There we go. Good stuff. All right. Yeah, Chaos Engine Gaming Easy, mate. They know what's going on. You have been a fan for quite some time.
What did you say about my cousin? I'm having a yacht party with 30 naked girls.
Wait,
Are you
okay,
interested?
hold up. It's changing every time, and that's what sucks about it. I was only gonna go for the men. I don't know why. All right, look at that. Feast your eyes. Yeah, there we go. That's what it's all about right there, folks. But if you're a real one, you remember this. And if you're a real one, you remember this. Does anyone in the chat remember that? No, it's not raccoon holes in it. No. Omar, what's going on?
30 naked women.
How many
on a
counts do you
yacht.
have?
Unlimited.
What do you mean unlimited? Like at a certain point, you're going to run out of accounts that have live access. Jesus Christ. All right. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Oh, and he left. Trogdor the Burninator. I'm going to check my email. Oh, so smooth. I say that so much. Whenever I go check my email at all, I literally just, I'd say 8 out of 10 times that I check my email, I think, I'm gonna check my email. So smooth. Like that's, I don't know why I do it. It's just a little vocal stem from when I was a kid. Checking the email, deleted. All right. Strong bad. Yeah. Yeah. It's so I don't even really. That's the only videos that I actually watched. I didn't do really anything else on the home server stuff. Job well done. Jaguar Undy. Ian asked, how do you tackle poly... Okay, really fast. Ian says, how do you tackle Polycarp, Clement, and Ignatius on Paul? Polycarp dies in 167, so it's not really that big of a deal. Clement, there's no evidence that he wrote prior to 144. Ignatius, same thing. M. David Livell actually placed the text there of 165 to 170. Polycarp is actually just pretty much just like the start to Ignatius. So if the Ignatius letters are late, then Polycarp is late too. I also want to get to some super chats. There's £2 from Matthew Wilden. Says Jesus made good chairs. Let's leave it at that. What does it mean? I honestly have no idea what they're even trying to get at. I assume that they're getting at like the idea that he was like a carpenter or something like that. That's best I've got. This is the best I got. Literally no idea what that means.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative. It gets the people going.
Let's see. I think this is probably the same guy.
So it's free tickets.
Yeah.
You get to see
That's
30
what I thought.
naked girls.
All right. $1.99 there from the prototype 1619 says, 30 people at Ram Ranch. Is it 30? I thought it was 18. Yeah, it's 18. Yeah, AZ. Okay, AZ Mike, have you heard the Ram Ranch like audio before? Have you heard that before? AZ Mike, have you heard that? he I don't know if it's offensive or not to say it, but it sounds like it might be right up your alley. Okay. All right. It's up my alley, Darren. Do 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 do. All right. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. If you don't come up here and give me evidence for Jesus or Paul, I don't know what to do. Let's see. Historians leaning towards stonemason primary. Yeah. There isn't any. Yeah. There's no evidence for Jesus or Paul. Yeah, that's the problem. Now, if you don't come up and give evidence for Jesus or Paul, this will haunt you in your dreams. That's all I'm saying. All right. Now, Double Donkey Jesus there in the chat, he gets what's going on. This is the closest thing that we can find to what Jesus wrote in on there in Jerusalem. I don't know what the hell this is supposed to be. I don't like the teeth on this thing. Like, look at the teeth on this thing. Like, is the intention to make it British? And that's your British joke of the day, everybody. All right. Anyways, so it's got some kind of crazy body here, and then what the hell?
What the hell? Oh my God! No way!
I mean, it looks like it's made out of chocolate. Less math out here, probably. I mean, I like how it's roped off. Like, my favorite thing is that it's roped off because there's too many people who would go to it and like try to climb on it, maybe, I guess, or touch it. I wouldn't want to get near it. I think that it would bring a curse upon my lineage. Like, I don't know. I don't know what behooves, other than hooves, what behooves somebody to actually do this, to actually make this? Like, because one of two possibilities happened. One of two possibilities happened here. And I'm going to be lightly pulling from a Patton Oswalt joke to make this point. Either the person who created this thing, this abomination before God, either they started the project and never had a moment's doubt. They were just like, this is the greatest thing that I have ever made. And I'm going to fucking make it, and it's going to be incredible. And they're putting it out. And they just never had a moment where they were like, this is stupid. Either that happened, or there was a moment, at least once, where someone was like, what the fuck am I doing? I don't really want to make Satan's donkey or whatever this is here. I don't really want to make this. And they powered through it. They still decided to go through with it. There was a moment where their brains started working and they were like, this actually doesn't make a lot of sense. And they said, fuck it. Papa didn't raise no punk. Mama didn't raise no quitter. I'm absolutely going to finish this project. And that, to me, is so much worse. So much worse. I don't know where it is. I think it's actually in like North Carolina or something like that. It's I think it's North Carolina or South Carolina, somewhere over there. Anyways, moving on here. You just don't understand art. If this is what art is, I don't know if I want to understand it. By the way, Bree is going to school for this. This is what Bree goes to school for. Just so you guys are aware. Bree goes to school for this. I don't know what that major's called, but that's what she goes to school for. 2 pounds. That is incorrect. 2 pounds from Neptune Cult said, did you look up androgynous? Okay, you know what? I'm going to look it up here now. RIP to my search engine. The androgynous atom hypothesis proposes that the first human created by God was an androgynous or two-sexed being before his being split into two separate male and female forms. Oh, I mean, I understand that kind of concept. Like, male and female, he created them or whatever. Yeah, all like once or something. Ancient rabbis, including Jeremiah ben Elazar and Samuel bar Nachman, interpreted the creation accounts as meaning the first human was fashioned with dual sexual traits or conjoined sides before God separated them. I mean, I get it. I do. I really do. And I mean, if you're trying to find any kind of possible biology in there, then it makes some sense. It makes some sense. But like, you know what I mean? Like it's you're trying to insert biology into something that is very clearly anti-biology. You know what I mean? So it's just yeah. That's the problem. Speaking of people who are going to school for whatever the fuck that was, everybody, let's welcome Bree. Bree, what would you say the author's overall or the artist's overall message is?
What is that, Jaren? I'm just over here scrolling along and I come across whatever that is, and then all of a sudden I'm going to school for it?
Well, yeah.
What the fuck is happening?
Well, I mean, you're going to school, right?
For history.
Yeah, the history of whatever the fuck this is.
I don't want to know what that is, honestly. I don't
But you're
need
going
history.
to because you're in school for it. So, I mean, that's why we like it. Even though you don't want to do it, you still do it. She does the dirty work for all of us, guys.
I looked at my classes today. I don't remember seeing donkey shit on my class list. So,
Donkey shit is the next step after going ass to mouse. That's all I'm saying. I mean,
what is that?
I mean, it's.
Who made that? Is that real?
This lives with
Is
us
that
on
AI?
Earth.
Can that be AI? Please tell me that's AI.
It's not AI. It's
Oh,
I don't know
man.
what it is exactly. Yeah.
I remember there was a TV show called Cat Dog, but I wasn't allowed to watch it. My parents said it was too scary. I don't know.
That one in the world is a little two-headed donkey.
Oh, God. This is why I'm friends with your wife and not you.
This is
At least
actually
on
the
Facebook.
background on her phone. Whenever she opens her phone, this is the lock screen
Totally.
or the home screen.
Totally. I just want to
Yeah, you
give
got like the
myself a heart
Facebook
attack
app
every
like
time I
right
look at
here.
my
You
phone. Exactly what I want to do.
Anyways, Jake's real fake AI. Jay Danger says $2. Why'd you block me on TikTok? Ham I am. Oh my god. Matthew Wilden, £2 says that is an Elden Ring boss. Yes, this does look like something that you would fight like at the end of like an episode or a chapter in like Diablo or something. Except like one end like squirts fire and the other one squirts like some kind of acid or something. Like a South Park boss. Yeah.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
Well, what's happening is you're going to school for this, and you're going to be an expert
Stop
on it.
telling people that. Oh my god.
I don't know what to tell you. That's the gospel truth. And as we know, the gospel is very true.
Is it? Is it true?
If you aren't going to school for this, then Jesus didn't exist. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, well, that's good because Jesus didn't exist. So.
Oh, are you trying to deny your major?
Yes, because that's not my major.
Maybe a double major?
No.
Okay.
No. No. Just no.
Let's see. Not only do we have Bree, we also have Breezer. Spelled differently, though. Breezer, what you got, buddy?
Breezer. Yeah, it's Breezer. What did you say?
What'd you got for us?
You said Breezer, right? Oh, yeah. Basically, I'm trying to prove you wrong.
Not a problem.
What's happening? Yeah, so I want to ask you a question. Not really a question, it's a challenge.
Okay.
So you say that Jesus, just answer the before. You said Jesus don't exist or never existed, which is stronger than saying that Jesus don't exist. So if Jesus didn't exist, why did Jews? By the way, I'm from South Africa, so that's why I have an accent. So why did the Jews get killed, sieged, and removed from Israel by the Roman government, getting him crucified during the early ages? Jews were destroyed.
Yeah, I don't know what he's saying. He's saying something about like why in 70 was the temple destroyed?
Wait, let me do this.
Yeah, I don't know what you're asking. If you can get closer to the mic, is he off the app? Yeah, I think he's off the app. Yeah, no. All right. Well, I gotta go, guys. So thank you to anybody and everybody who's stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Bree, when's your next live?
Tomorrow, 12:30.
Tomorrow,
CST.
12:30.
Yes, sir.
And that's Central.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
See you in the pickup line, friend.
Still waiting on that that acceptance notification.
I'll get to it. You know, just. I might even invite your entire family over for game night if you're nice.
We do have some pretty fun board games. We have an entire closet for just board games.
Yeah. I just got to get through these next 2 weeks because birthday parties.
Oh, yeah, that too. We should invite you over for game night. There we go. We'll do that.
Hell yeah.
But I have to be friends with you first.
We'll get there.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I will see you guys later. Peace on a yacht. Yeah, Bree. How about a game night? 30 men 30 women, all apparently nude.
What? What are we talking about?
I don't know. But apparently that was something that was offered on
What?
Okay, anyways, I will see you guys later, and everybody remember 12:30 tomorrow is when Bree is going live, and remind her that her major is actually pretty cool.
No, it's not.
All right. Anyways, Bree, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I say, who do we hate?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Hey, we'll pick one. All right. The hatred today. I love each and every one of you except for I love each and every one of you except for King 3D Spicoli. So boo. Boo to King 3D Spicoli. Boo. You suck. Boo. Boo. All right. Okay, so, not Spicoli. All right, so I will see you guys later. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. Put me down. And over there to YouTube, thank you very, very much for hanging out. Thank you for the... Serious had a question. Ari Lucian of Samosata. So yeah, Lucian of Samosata is a writer in 166. He's actually the first, roughly 166 at earliest, and he's the first non-Christian to actually definitively talk about Jesus. He says that the Christians worship Jesus. That's not really proof of Jesus. It's just saying that they worship him, and that's perfectly fine. It's whatever, because the first gospel came out like 22 years prior, so it doesn't really matter. But the point is, he also says in that same book that a patricidal con man grifted the Christians in the early to mid 2nd century and wrote their books for them, as well as edited others. Also wrote a bunch of letters to some different cities. Does that sound familiar? Maybe, because not only did Paul supposedly do it, but also Ignatius. Ignatius is Peregrinus Proteus. Peregrinus Proteus. There it is. Perineum Proteus. Yeah. But anyways, thank you very much for hanging out over there on YouTube. Thank you for the super chats there. We'll try to get some more member content here before too terribly long. You've been Tube. I've just been CBJ. Thank you for hanging out.